Good morning, everybody. It's March 9th, 2023. This is our first planning board session with three new members. We have Mitra Pedamim, Sean Bartley, and James Hardwick. Hedrick. One of the things I've asked for permission from the day one was to mispronounce people's names and get corrected, or I forget people's names and I get to learn them again over and over and over again. But that's just me. It's one of my many failings. But I'll ask the new planning board members to introduce themselves for a minute or two. Mr. Barkley, Commissioner Barkley now.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Sean Bartley. It's a pleasure to serve Montgomery County. I was overwhelmed and delighted when I had the opportunity to interview for the Planning Commission. And I put my best foot forward, and I was hopeful that I would get an opportunity to serve. I've served privately in nonprofit 501c corporations throughout my time living here in Montgomery County for the past, I think, 21 years. It's an esteemed honor to serve the citizens of Montgomery County. I'm originally from Southern California. My family still lives there. And they often ask, why did I stay in Maryland? And I said, well, I live in the best county in the United States. And they often say in California, we have the sun, the sand, and the mountains. And I often point out to them, we have parks and livable communities that thrive. And so I'm delighted to be of service to you all, and I'm hopeful that in my service, I can continue the tradition of a livable Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitra Pedawin, who's no stranger to this building.
Good morning. My name is Mitra Pedawin, and I'm honored to be here serving in this capacity. Many of you may know me or you have heard of me. I'm a resident of Montgomery County for 40 years. My children were born here, including my grandchildren. I have two grandchildren that they were born here. And I have worked for the government for 41 years. I'm an immigrant, a Jewish immigrant from Iran, that I got my asylum when the revolution started. I got my degrees both, finished my degrees both in civil engineering and master in structural engineering in University of Maryland in College Park. I worked for 5 years in a state highway administration, designing bridges around the state of Maryland. Then I started working as engineer, structural engineer for Montgomery County government. For Department of Transportation. I was there for 15 years. I knew all the bridges, handled all the bridges for Montgomery County government. I worked for transportation for 15 years as a senior engineer, and then I moved to, again, Montgomery County Office of Management and Budget, handling the budget because I wanted to learn more about the government. And that's where I had the budget for the commission, both capital improvement and operating. I was there for 3 years, and that ended to my career with Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I learned all about it in OMB, and then I came there and worked with Mike Riley. At that time, I was the chief of construction. After 5 years, I was the division chief for park development, handling all the capital improvement for parks. And then I was the deputy director for 5 years. And during my 15, 16 years tenure with commission, I learned everything about on the other side of the planning board. I was sitting there giving presentations for different parts of the projects that they were doing. And then I retired. 10 months in my retirement, I was appointed by county executive to be the Department of Permitting Services. And then after 3 years, I retired. And here it is, in 2 months, I'm back here. I keep telling my children I'm like a bad check. I keep coming back. But I'm very honored and happy to be here. And as Sean said, my goal is that to make our county much better and livable community to live with. It's time for me to give back to my community that has given so much to me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. This retirement and coming back has a theme here, I think, somehow, but I'm not sure. Commissioner Hedrick.
All right, thank you. Howdy, everybody. I'm James Hedrick. I am not retired, and I kind of wish I was sometimes. But my background is mostly in affordable housing and housing development, housing finance. Spent several years traveling literally from Puerto Rico all the way to Alaska, working with cities and counties on affordable housing and development. So I'm happy to be, really happy, really excited to be here, really happy to be able to serve with everybody. I think we've got a really great group, and it's been a fun week to get to meet everybody and read several binders that are very, very large. I appreciate everybody's help with that. But I think I just echo what Mitra and Sean have said, is that doing our best to make it a livable community, doing our best to bring our housing and make it as livable and wonderful a community as it can be. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Now, I have to tell my new commissioners that traditionally I would give a this day in history for the day, but I forgot that upstairs somewhere. But but it's historic that we have 3 new members that are going to help out the commission here. So please, congratulations, number 1, and number 2, welcome to some significant service. Okay, with that, let's go to our first items, which is extensions. Gee. First, we have Glenmont Metro Center, 8/2021-01-81, 8/2015-01-2D, and 1/2013-008B. This is the fourth extension request. They're almost done. They want to extend so they make sure they don't get another extension. I note that the extension will be till July 6th. Can I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we...
Please? No, you have to turn on your mic.
Yes, try it. There we go. Now it's on. I'd like to move that we accept the regulatory extension request, Glenmont Metro Center 820210180, 820150112D, and 120130008B. And I understand that this is the regulatory extension request number 4 until July 6, 2023.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
All right. Well, you can do the next one. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, our first bit of business. Now for a second bit of business, which is also an extension. This is sketch plan number 3/2022-0100 and preliminary plan number 1/2022-0140, Federal Plaza West. This project was given some significant work by staff to work out some various things before they get here, and I didn't see how far they're going to extend, but I'll accept a motion to approve the extension. Somebody?
Yes,
I can second.
I'll move that we accept the...
You have to turn on your mic.
Oh, all right, there we go. I move that we accept the extension, regulatory extension, the sketch plan 320220100 and preliminary plan number 120220140, Federal Plaza West. And Mr. Chair, I think they're just asking for a month-and-a-half extension. You asked the question. It's the third extension. It has to do with DOT, they needing more time and a road and a bike path. So I make a move that we accept it.
Okay, Mr. Bartley, would you like to second?
I second.
All right. We're getting people on the record right away, so this is important. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nobody? Great. Okay, it's extended. We now have, typically every week for our new commissioners, we have a roundtable discussion alternating between the Planning Department and the Parks Department. This time it's the Planning Director's report. I'll turn it over to Acting Planning Director Stern.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record, and wanted to say again, welcome to the Planning Board. We're definitely looking forward to continue to work with the new board and with the new members who have joined us today. So for my Planning Director's report, I am going to share some information that we shared a little earlier at the end of last year. But since we have 3 new board members, we want to share some details about our work program for this year. For the Planning Department, we are focusing on several cross-cutting areas of focus. The implementation of Thrive Montgomery 2050, the newly adopted general plan that was adopted towards the end of last year. Our department has a very robust equity agenda in planning, which I've presented on it before, so hopefully you all will receive a link. You can take a look at that to get more details. We're also very much focusing on making sure that the county provides housing for all residents at all price points, for all different types of needs. We very much use a data-driven approach for all of our work. And my department also works with county agencies and others to implement the county's focus on Vision Zero, which is reducing severe injuries and fatalities for pedestrians and other road users. We have a very, very robust work program this year. We have several master plans underway. There are two master plan related efforts that we have recently completed our work with the Planning Board, and they have now gone on to the County Council. The first is the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, and more recently there were 2 proposals as amendments to the Historic Preservation Master Plan. So again, we are now just waiting for the County Council to take up those plans. There are 2 master plans that, with our new board members, you will have the opportunity to participate in the board's review. The first is the Pedestrian Master Plan. This is a countywide plan that has a number of recommendations for how to make walking and rolling for those who use mobility devices safe and attractive and accessible across the county. There is the Planning Board is holding a public hearing for this plan on March 23rd, so that's coming up very soon. And shortly, the board will receive the working draft plan of the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. This is a very important effort that's looking at how we can bring better investments, amenities, and other important changes for this community in the East County. And in addition, again, we have several other plans and other major projects underway. The Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, the Great Seneca Plan, the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, which we just kicked off in November of last year, the Incentive Density Guidelines Update, which is just kicking off, as well as the Friendship Heights Urban Design Study that will be getting underway very shortly. We also have 2 other master plans in our work program for this year that will be launching a little later, the Clarksburg Master Plan and Master Plan for the Silver Spring communities. Again, we have, in addition to our master plans, we do a number of different studies and other initiatives. One we actually just recently completed is the Wheaton Downtown study. That is a study that looked at some ways to implement and kind of jumpstart a number of recommendations and focus areas from 2012 sector plan for downtown Wheaton. I just mentioned the incentive zoning update project, Friendship Heights Urban Design Study. We also have another project underway, an innovative housing toolkit. We also there's a project that was initially on our work program, but we're going to take probably a slightly different direction with that and may incorporate it as part of one of our master plans. But that's looking at the life sciences industry and market study, and that's really looking more at the real estate side of that industry. And another project which we hope to revisit with the board later this year, the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative, that actually kicked off back in 2021 per a request from the County Council to identify options for how to provide missing middle housing in the county. We did quite a bit of work that year and into early 2022 and had some work sessions with the board, but it was put on hold because we wanted to focus on making sure the County Council got through the rest of the approval process for Thrive Montgomery 2050. And so again, we will be revisiting that project at a later date because it is not completed. And then another major project that we'll be launching this summer is the quadrennial update to the growth and infrastructure policy. This is, again, another very important tool that the planning board uses to make sure that development projects meet the adequate public facilities ordinance. So stay tuned for that. We currently have some legislation that the planning department drafted that is before the council right now. These are no net loss of forest amendments to the county's forest conservation law. We actually just recently participated, maybe a couple of weeks ago, or perhaps it was last week, with the T&E committee at the council on these amendments and got a lot of support for them. And so we are just waiting for it to get in front of the full council. And just really quickly, these amendments are intended to make sure or to help ensure that more forest is planted in a county than forest cleared by encouraging more forest planting, having continued protection for existing forests, and incentivizing less forest clearing. I also wanted to highlight, this is something that's newer. Again, there was we gave a presentation, a little more in-depth presentation to the board a couple of weeks or so ago, but wanted to highlight a really great project that we are doing jointly with Montgomery Parks. This is the Remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories Historic Markers Program. Both of our departments have funding to do a certain number of historic markers, and so the planning department will be producing these two and installing these four historic markers, hopefully sometime this spring. I wanted to highlight that the Remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories sort of name and branding is actually a joint effort that we developed with Montgomery Parks so that we share the same branding and focus for this. And there are two of these markers for which we will actually be installing them on Parks properties. And so we will have our joint departments branding on that, as well as a common branding for this project, whether the markers are going to be produced by the planning department or the Parks department. There are two that are related to the county's African American history. One I will make note of is the Beltway March of 1966. This was a march in protest against housing segregation, discrimination in the county in the 1960s. And this marker is actually going to be installed at the Forest Glen Metro Center, or Metro Stop, rather. The planning department also has and has had for a number of years a very active placemaking initiative. This is an opportunity where we have worked with community members and other partners to temporarily transform, and often cases, parking lots into areas that are provide entertainment, places to gather, fun for kids and families and everyone within communities, and it's a way to re-envision how we can transform parking lots into places. So we will have some projects related to our placemaking initiative that we will be doing later this year. We also are developing a strategic plan to take a look at some lessons learned based off of our experiencing doing these placemaking projects so far, but also looking at some new opportunities to further this work. I wanted to highlight just some images from a great placemaking festival that we did last fall in Fairland and Briggs Cheney area, and this was tied to the master plan, which again the board will be getting very shortly. And again, this was an opportunity to transform part of the parking lot by the park and ride in that community. It was a really great event, lots of fun. And we also use that as a way to get ideas and feedback from community members on the master plan itself. This was before we even started drafting recommendations, so this is another great way to do community engagement. And then I'm going to close with our Design Excellence Initiative. This is, again, a very important focus for our department that you will see really demonstrated in the types of recommendations from our staff on development proposals that will be before the board, as well as in design guidance related or tied to our master plans, as well as in Thrive Montgomery 2050, which has a whole design, arts, and culture chapter. We really feel that, Montgomery County is an opportunity, it is a space where we expect and would like to see architectural design excellence for the public realm as well. That this is, sometimes there's a notion that suburban communities, shouldn't look as nice as cities, but we don't agree with that perspective. We think that every building project, every type of project that touches the public realm is an opportunity to bring quality and design for all of our communities throughout the county. And related to that, the Planning Department co-hosts a biennial awards program, the Design Excellence Awards, and this is the year for the awards program, and so that is going to be on October 19th, right in this room that we are in right now in our Wheaton headquarters. There are some images from the last event in 2021, and so all of the board members are invited to attend. It's going to be a really great event. And, a couple more things. Wanted to also highlight one of our really important functions that support both our master planning, special studies, is our data functions. We have a really great research and strategic projects division that does a lot of work focusing on data. They have a project that they will be wrapping up soon that helps to support our equity agenda in planning. It's called the Community Equity Index. I will save more details for that later. We are also participating in the latest update to the population and jobs forecast that every jurisdiction in this region participates in, working with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. So again, that's a really, really important, these updates to the forecast are very important because we use that data to inform a lot of our work. It helped to inform a lot of the sort of background and assumptions for Thrive Montgomery 2050. It informs a lot of different things, but we need to, make sure that these numbers are updated periodically. And related to talking about COG, the planning department, myself as well as a number of other staff, we participate in several opportunities for regional coordination. I, along with additional staff such as Carrie McCarthy, who's the chief of the Research and Strategic Projects Division, and Robert Cronenberg, Deputy Planning Director, participate in COG's monthly Planning Directors Technical Advisory Committee. I've actually had the opportunity to serve on this or to participate in this committee back from when I was still working for the DC Office of Planning. And it's a really great opportunity because it brings together planning directors and their key staff from around the entire region, and we can talk with each other about the common issues, concerns that we're all working on and can learn from each other. We also attend COG's, I think these are now bi-monthly Region Forward Coalition meetings. These may actually be of interest to planning board members. The Region Forward Coalition meetings are ones that have both elected officials as well as agency representatives. The Region Forward Coalition is actually co-chaired by 2 elected officials. And again, this is a way to learn from different initiatives that are going on around the region, around major topics that we're all concerned about, such as housing, transportation, equity, sustainability, et cetera. So this may be of interest to the board members. I mentioned the regional forecast. I also am participating in the Washington Housing Conservancy Stakeholder Council. The Conservancy is an organization that has purchased naturally occurring affordable housing properties around this region. I believe they have own 2 properties in Montgomery County, and they've pulled together the stakeholder council, which meets at least a couple of times a year, again, to talk about housing issues at a regional level. And then we also have regular meetings with NAOP and MBIA. These are 2 organizations that represent the development community, where we're not talking about specific development projects. We're sharing the work that the planning department is doing, kind of having these broader conversations outside of the context of a specific regulatory matter. And myself and other staff are also very active members of the Urban Land Institute and its local district council, the Washington District Council, which brings together professionals in the real estate planning, design professions, again, to talk about a lot of these issues. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, first, there's going to be a commissioner's test in 20 minutes on what you've just heard. This is our first meeting here. Certainly, you'll have other opportunities to talk with the planning director, but are there any questions?
I just would like to say that I've always been very impressed by the planning director and the staff in terms of their involvement, like you mentioned, in all those different associations and groups, ULI, and your workload here internally and externally is just extraordinary. So I'd like to congratulate you. I think in the future, it'd be nice to know how commissioners can be involved, like in the regional forward group or whatever, ULI. I'm sure that many of them have interest, so if you can maybe drop us an email or something and let us know how we can get involved in any of the meetings. But thank you very much.
Certainly, we'll be happy to do so, and thank you for the appreciation.
Commissioner Bartley?
Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to learning more about your ambitious agenda and the specific programs. And I'm specifically interested in the parking lots into places initiative and the Briggs training development. I'm looking forward to receiving information on that. Thank you.
Sure.
Briggs Cheney will get a lot on soon. It's on our future
Yes.
agendas already.
Yes.
That will come up pretty quick.
Yes.
Anybody else? Thank you for your report. All right. Are we ready to go to item 10? We are? Good morning. It's still March 9th, 2023. We're broadcasting from beautiful downtown Wheaton. We invite you to join us. We're on item 10. It's 7340 Wisconsin Avenue, sketch plan amendment, number 320, 2001A, and preliminary plan number 1, 1994 08 OC, and site plan number 8/20/23/0010. I believe the applicant wishes a continuous on this matter, and staff has no objections to that. Ms. Harris, do I have that correct? As the applicant's representative, do you wish a continuance?
Yes, please, to March 24th.
I hope not. That would be a Friday.
Sorry, 23rd.
Okay.
And
All right. Do we need a motion for that? I don't think so. Yes?
For a continuance, yes, you would need a motion.
We do need a motion. I'll accept a motion to that effect.
I move that we grant the continuance.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 To the 23rd, which will be a
Thank you.
Thursday. All right, thank you. Good morning. It's still March 9th, 2023. This is Planning Board Session Item Number 5, Corso Chevy Chase Local Map Amendment H-148 and Preliminary Forest Conservation Plan. This is a public hearing. We do have two speakers and the applicant. In terms of order, I'll turn it over to planning staff first for a presentation. I'll then call for the two speakers, and then I'll let the applicant speak after that. It's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name, for the record, is Elza Heisel-McCoy. I'm the Chief of Down County Planning, and we have the good fortune to have a number of projects in front of you today. We welcome you, and as we go through each one, we will be sure to highlight not only the facts of the application, but also the relevant process and decision points, and will, of course, answer any process or substantive questions you have. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Gatling.
Good morning. For the record, Saquon Gatling with Down County Planning, presenting the Corso Chevy Chase project, which includes local map amendment and preliminary forest conservation plan, both designated number H148. And staff is recommending approval of the local map amendment with binding elements and conditions to be transmitted to the hearing examiner, and as well as approval of the associated preliminary forest conservation plan. With this LMA application, staff would like to offer a brief refresher for the process involved. Local map amendments change the zoning for a specific property, creating a floating zone, and are subject to the requirements of the zoning ordinance section shown on the screen. Today, the planning board will be asked to make a recommendation, which will then be transmitted to the hearing examiner. The hearing examiner will review the case and finally provide a recommendation to the county council. And if approved by the council, the applicant must file subsequent preliminary plans and site plans for the applications. Unlike the LMA, the board's decision on the associated preliminary forest conservation plan is regulatory and binding. Chapter 22A Forest Conservation Law requires that a forest conservation plan is submitted at the first application, and if approved, this plan will be followed by a final forest conservation plan with the subsequent applications to the department. Focusing on the site, the 13.64 acre property is currently zoned R60 and is within 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan. The subject property is located on the western side of Connecticut Avenue between Maryland State Highway 410 East-West Highway and Maryland 191 Bradley Lane. The property is located within the town of Chevy Chase, and on the opposite side of Connecticut Avenue, we have Chevy Chase Section 5 and Chevy Chase Section 3. Zooming in a bit closer, we can see that the property currently features a surface parking lot and internal roads servicing the former campus buildings, which most recently served as headquarters to the National 4-H organization. The image to the right on the screen shows the tree-lined entrance in the background on the right side of the image, which then loops around to the foreground, showing the southern exit. Staff would also note that, shown on the map to the left, just above the subject property, is the historic Stefano Lozaphone House, which is not expected to be affected by this application. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from R60 to a commercial residential neighborhood floating zone, CRNF 1.5 with a commercial density of up to 0.25, residential of 1.25, and a height of 70 feet. The proposal includes up to 700,000 square feet of mixed-use density for a residential care facility, and the facility is proposed to contain up to 287 independent dwelling units, 190 assisted living beds, and 30 memory care beds. 5,000 square feet of commercial and retail use is also proposed with the application, and this will be accessible to the surrounding community as well as those within the Corso property. MPDU requirements for the site will be determined by the Department of Housing and Community Affairs at the future site plan stage, and there's also an associated FCP, as mentioned, which we'll get into a bit later in the presentation. As indicated in the binding elements, all vehicular access to and from the site will occur on Connecticut Avenue, and the applicant is currently studying potential configurations for the access point. Once the study is complete, the applicant will work with planning, MCDOT, and the State Highway Administration staff to refine the design and operation, and it will be finalized at the subsequent preliminary plan stage. Streetscape improvements on Thornapple Street and Connecticut Avenue will be required at time of site plan. And in these next few slides, I will provide a brief overview of the proposed facility. As you can see the diagram on the screen, it shows how the applicant proposes to maximize the neighborhood compatibility through implementation of generous setbacks and reduced heights at the perimeter of the property. To the north along Thornapple Street, no setback is required. However, the applicant has proposed a setback of 81 feet. And to the left, a larger setback is proposed of 145 feet to the rear of the property, while 45 feet is provided to the south. A maximum height of 70 feet is allowed within the floating zone, and the applicant has provided heights in the range of 47 to 53 feet at the perimeters of the property as shown in green on the slide. Yellow and green. Building heights in blue are proposed at just over 66 feet, which provides well below the maximum of 70 foot, which remains in compliance of the zone. The renderings shown on the screen here show how conceptually the proposed development will fit into the neighborhood. View 1, looking to the northeast towards the property, shows how the heights along the perimeter aid in maximizing that compatibility between the neighborhood's existing buildings, while View 2 looks at the entrance of the site across from Taylor Street, across Connecticut Avenue. View 3 looks southwards towards the property, so you can see the architecture. But I would also like to note that this view has taken liberties to display that architecture. However, a proposed forest conservation easement will provide mature trees and landscaping along this view, which helps enhance the buffering and natural features of the site that are currently present. View 4 zooms in a bit closer to show the view from Thornapple Street, while View 5 shows the site near the southern pedestrian entrance near Woodside Place to the south. As part of this review, 21 binding elements have been included as a part of the plan, and these binding elements address the topics listed on your screen and have been developed with coordination between the applicant, the town of Chevy Chase, and planning staff. I will specifically highlight that vehicular access, construction management, and building heights are of importance as they relate to the community feedback that was received with this application, and the applicant continues to work to minimize neighborhood disruption as much as possible. All 21 binding elements are detailed in the staff report and can be discussed further if there are questions. Moving on to the forest conservation plan. The plan shows that the application has 3.71 acres of forest on the property with the proposed removal of approximately 0.74 acres. The applicant has also requested a variance for impacts to 15 specimen trees and removal of 15 trees, 2 of which are designated as removal with intent to save, which means that these trees will be mitigated for, but will be monitored throughout construction, and every effort will be made to save these trees on site if possible. A total of 123 caliper inches of mitigation plantings are proposed. And additionally, nearly 3 acres of forest is to be retained and protected via Category 1 conservation easement, which is represented roughly in the yellow area shown on your screen. Correspondence received as of the date of the staff report is included in the board's information packet and has been included as an attachment to the staff report as well. The topics addressed relate to traffic, setback and massing, density, construction, and protection of the natural environment. And discussion of these topics are covered in detail in the staff report and also reflected in the included binding elements and conditions of approval. Staff feels that the binding elements proposed address these issues, which will be further explored at time of preliminary and site plan. As for construction management, these will be addressed at time of building permit. Following the posting of the staff report, staff has one correction to the forest conservation plan conditions of approval at the request of the applicant. That is a request to include clarifying language shown on your underlined on your screen, which relates to the allowance of above-grade building features such as balconies and bay windows, and below-grade foundation within the building restriction line. This allowance is standard per the zoning ordinance reference shown, but has been added for clarity as the project moves forward. And with that, staff finds that the floating zone plan conforms with the master plan and meets the findings required for local map amendments. All noticing requirements have been met, and therefore staff recommends approval of the local map amendment and transmittal of the binding elements and conditions of approval to the hearing examiner. We also recommend approval of the associated preliminary forest conservation plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now hear from Joel Rubin, Vice Mayor of Chevy Chase, and Andy Harney. Is she on? Oh, she's here too? Okay, please come up. It's been a long time. We used to work together. My fellow board members will get used to that phrase where I say I've worked with somebody before, but that's from being as old as I am.
So you have less hair and I have more white hair.
There you go. Always good to point that out. Vice Mayor Rubin, you have 8 minutes if you wish to take it.
Thanks, Chairman Sines. And hi, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you all and colleagues, members of the Planning Board. My name is Joel Rubin. I'm Vice Mayor in the town of Chevy Chase, and my colleague and Mayor Barney Rush regrets he couldn't be here, but want to take the opportunity to thank him for his leadership in the town in getting us to this point in our partnership, which has been very fruitful. I'm happy to speak about Local Map Amendment H148. And first, we'd like to thank the Planning Department for your vital role in reviewing this plan development. You've been available to hear our views, ensure we received information on a timely basis, and made the process to be followed very clear to us. It's been an excellent partnership. We appreciate the support for key proposed changes, particularly regarding the height of the buildings, a matter greatly important to us and to our residents, and we're grateful for the support. And finally, your help in crafting the binding elements that will run with the rezoning gives the town proper assurances related to the future processing of entitlements. We'd also like to thank the developers. I'm going to turn around because I'll get off my script. Community 3 and its president, Grant Epstein, and Gallery Living and its president, Tim Gary. They've made several presentations to our town residents. Several is an understatement. Led us on a walk and around the facility, hosted us for a visit to one of their retirement communities in Atlanta, and in general paid close attention to the town residents and concerns in a very thorough engagement over the past year plus. On numerous points now embedded in the binding elements proposed for this LMA application, Corso has agreed to commit to matters of importance to the town. These include ensuring no new public streets through the property, providing certain paths connecting the development to our community, and placing 3 acres of their land in a Category 1 conservation easement. We also, and these were, I should also add, high priority for the residents from the get-go, and we're thrilled that they're where they are. We also appreciate the reduction in building heights in the second resubmission, which respects our residents' strong desire that this new major development indeed is compatible with the surrounding homes. As a result of the modifications made to the plans, the binding elements set out in the application, and Corso's commitment to the town to negotiate a separate agreement with us to account for matters not included in these binding elements, the town of Chevy Chase supports this LMA application. This is the unanimous view of the town council, formed after careful solicitation of the views of our residents, and we look forward to the timely development and construction of this project and to the Corso community and its residents becoming part of our town. We do have some comments on the clear and thorough report from the planning staff, and we requested the following changes be made to the binding elements as set forth in this report. First, the traffic and parking studies should be undertaken and completed sufficiently in advance of preliminary plan of subdivision and site plan reviews so that the town and other interested parties can review these studies and thereby determine appropriate positions to be taken at the time of such reviews. The relevant binding elements in the staff report did not provide a date for these studies to be completed. Second, binding element number 17 states that, quote, the outward-facing architectural facades along all sides of the property will be designed to read as 4 stories plus roof, with the exception of the northwest corner of the property, which shall be designed to read as 3 stories on top of the garage plus roof, end quote. This is the proposed memorialization of the change made to accommodate the request of the town for a reduction in the heights of the perimeter buildings. We request that this binding element also include a specific reference to the maximum height allowed for these outside facades, as stated in the building heights diagram submitted by the applicant, meaning 54 feet in general and 47 feet at the northwest corner from the established measuring point. To be clear, this is not a request to change the applicant's plan, but rather to ensure that the binding elements mirror the building heights exhibit. Third, we appreciate that there is a binding element requiring the establishment of a Category 1 conservation easement along the, quote, northern and western boundaries, end quote, of the property. But we note that the plans call for a portion of the property along the southern boundary to be included in this easement as well. We therefore ask that the word southern be added. Fourth, we also appreciate that in this same binding element, Corso commits to including the town of Chevy Chase forester in the proceedings regarding the creation and maintenance of the conservation easement. We ask that the binding element be revised to make clear that our forester be included in the development and review of the final forest conservation plan, not just regarding the specific portion of the site to be placed in the easement. Fifth, regarding lighting, we suggest that the binding element refer to exterior rather than site lighting. Exterior is a broader term that will include any lighting of the buildings themselves. We recognize that there are many issues of great importance to the town that are not resolved during the LMA application process, but will be determined at the subsequent preliminary plan of subdivision and site plan reviews by the planning board. However, the LMA application commits Corso to specific measures that ensure town engagement on these issues. The most important of these are, First, stormwater management. A town-appointed engineer will be included in the review of stormwater management plans and strategies. In the revised plans, we take note of the use of green roofs. We find this to be a very desirable feature and encourage their implementation. Second is forest conservation. As mentioned above, the town forester will be included in discussions regarding the creation and maintenance of the conservation easement. In addition, Corso has committed in its letter to the town dated January 13th, 2023, that it will comply with the town's urban forest ordinance and seek applicable variances thereof. The town will seek, to the extent feasible, to preserve trees along the perimeter of the limits of disturbance and, where possible, other trees that are not within the footprints of the proposed buildings. Third, traffic. Corso commits to a comprehensive vehicular site access study referred to above, which will include a forecast of future traffic volumes and a signal warrant analysis. The applicant also commits to working with SHA and the town to determine the need for traffic management measures along Connecticut Avenue. We appreciate the specificity of this binding element and will pay close attention both to the impact of the project on ancillary traffic on town streets and to pedestrian safety. We're also supportive of other nearby communities along Connecticut Avenue being engaged in reviewing traffic control plans. Fourth, parking adequacy. Corso commits to undertake a parking demand analysis to ensure adequate on-site parking for all employees and visitors, including during times of peak use and visitation. Lastly, construction management. Corso will, in concert with the town, prepare and codify construction regulations to minimize the impacts of construction, including noise disturbances on town residents. In addition, the town will monitor compliance with all the other binding elements. We expect the town officials and consultants will be included as members of the Development Review Committee, which will discuss the issues to be addressed at the preliminary plan of subdivision and the site plan reviews, and will provide comments for the planning staff's consideration at the time of these reviews. The town also remains very interested in the final architectural designs that will be reviewed more intently at the site plan review. In closing, we look forward to a productive engagement with Corso, county agencies, the planning department, to satisfactorily address the issues that will be resolved during the upcoming reviews. Thank you again for your service and for your commitment to this, and look forward to your comments.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Harney, 8 minutes.
My name is Andy Leon Harney, and I'm the village manager of Section 3 of Chevy Chase. And I'm here at the behest of our council to share with you some of the concerns of our residents as you review the Corso Chevy Chase LMA. Our community directly faces the proposed development on Connecticut Avenue and will, of course, be directly impacted by it. For that reason, we asked the board to include Section 3 in the binding element number 2, which is the traffic study, and that we have an opportunity, along with the town of Chevy Chase, to review the findings from the binding element number 3, which is the parking study, because traffic and parking are two of our most pressing concerns, as you can well understand. We concur with the town of Chevy Chase that we need to have a traffic study well in hand prior to the site plan stage so that we can evaluate the conclusions. We'd like that binding element number 2 be revised so that the last sentence would read, the applicant will conduct a traffic study related to the property and the work of the State Highway Administration, the town of Chevy Chase, and Section 3 of the Village of Chevy Chase to determine the need, if any, of traffic-related measures along Connecticut Avenue. That seems a fairly reasonable request. We'd like the traffic study to include, among other things, the impact on traffic and pedestrian safety of the configuration of the entry and exits, crosswalks, and breaks in the median strip are to be retained as they are now. Ways to preclude increased cut-through traffic on Taylor Street, which is directly across from Corso. And finally, we'd like this study to evaluate some possible creative alternatives provided by a traffic engineer at the State Highway Administration. And if someone can put up on your screen just to show you some examples, we asked State Highway to just take a look at this in a preliminary way because we're so concerned about it. And they gave us several concepts, which do you have in front of you now, or you will momentarily? This is as it is now. If you could go to the next. This is one of the alternatives. I'm showing you this not because we specifically endorse any one solution. We are not traffic engineers, but I was impressed by the creativity of these two options, one of many, that we would like to see the study recommend the safest solution and show their justification for that. We're a little bit concerned that there may be a desire on the part of the traffic study people who are being paid for by the developer to rubber stamp whatever it is they want rather than taking a look at all the creative solutions. This one shows entry and exit on one side only, and the other side, we see where the green arrows are. The other side would be for trucks and service vehicles only and fire and rescue. And there are lights that would give people an opportunity to cross Connecticut Avenue safely as a pedestrian, not cut through on Taylor Street because the light would be phased in such a way that really wouldn't be very comfortable to sit at that light for that long, but people would be able to get in and out of our community at the same time. But it would stagger, it's a split phase alternative. There's another one as well, if you could show that, that shows what the developer would like, which would be an ability to enter at one at the north side and exit at the south side. Our concern about that is that people would make U-turns on Connecticut Avenue in order to go northbound on Connecticut. And we're worried about accidents and traffic. So those are just a few examples, and that's really all I need to show you about our concern about getting the safest possible solution in that area. The other area that we're concerned about is traffic. Both residents of Section 3 and the town of Chevy Chase have expressed understandable concerns regarding parking. We don't want spillover parking at our largely 16-foot wide streets. We concur with the town in its desire to have the parking study well in advance of site plan and preliminary plan approval. The set formulas for the number of spaces required for independent seniors, staff, and visitors, and the entire community alone really aren't sufficient because developers may want to integrate the development into the community, but they're also offering 5,000 square feet of commercial retail space. So if the retail plan is approved, then there should be adequate customer parking for those businesses. And more importantly, when you have 190 assisted living beds and 30 memory beds, families of those two groups often hire additional staff to come and watch grandma or grandpa, sometimes even 24/7. So those numbers have to be taken into account in any parking study. And we want to make sure that that happens, not only because we want the community there to be self-sufficient and adequate for people who, generally speaking, don't make a lot of wages, but also we don't want them parking on our streets or in the town of Chevy Chase's streets. So we want to make sure that that parking study and the traffic study are done well in advance, so we have an opportunity to assess them and make sure that they're taking all the right aspects of this into consideration. The town of Chevy Chase and the staff have done an excellent job of working through many of the issues that will impact both our communities, and we join them in their desire to have these two studies, parking and traffic, done well in advance, at least a month or 6 weeks prior to the preliminary plan, so that we can all take a good hard look at them. And we ask that Section 3 be given a binding place at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is the first time I've ever been at a public hearing in Chevy Chase where there's only two speakers. I mean, it's some
Do you want me to
remarkable
call
work.
some people in?
I just hope you've presented your written testimony to staff and to the applicant. And now if I could call the applicant back up. And I hope the applicant would address the testimony we just heard as well, and what they're presenting and what's acceptable or not.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the board. My name is Steve Robbins with the law firm of Lurch, Hurley & Brewer, and I'm pleased to be here representing Corso DC LLC, the applicant before you for the local map amendment and the preliminary forest conservation plan. With me here today are Grant Epstein with Community 3, all the way down on the end there, and Tim Gary with Gallery Senior Living to my immediate right. On behalf of the applicant, we have Tim Hoffman and Keely Loretti with Soltes, our engineers and landscape architects for the project. Sarah Alexander with Torty Gallus, who's right next to Liz Rogers. Nancy Randall with Wells and Associates, our traffic and transportation consultant. And of course, my colleague Elizabeth Rogers from Lurch, Hurley & Brewer. A few preliminary matters. First, I'd like to congratulate the new board members on being selected. Congratulations. And to the two existing veterans, congratulations and thank you for your service as well. I want to acknowledge the efforts of staff that participated in the evaluation of this application. Thanks to Grace Bogdan, who I guess is now out officially on maternity leave, and Saquon Gatlin, and also to Katie Macarini, who all really worked very hard on this application. Also, thanks to Stephanie Dickel and Elza Hazel-McCoy for their leadership and work on the application as well. We truly appreciate it. It was really an excellent effort. As you heard, the applicant is seeking approval of the local map amendment to rezone the property from the R60 to the CRNF zone to accommodate the redevelopment of this longstanding institutional use with a senior living community. We think Saquon has given a great overview of the property, as noted, including the unique features of the property, which is the dense existing forest that surrounds the property on three sides and provides both a visual and physical buffer from the surrounding residential community, which we are maintaining and preserving with our application. As such, there are limited views of the building from the surrounding neighborhood. However, as our team will describe, the applicant has paid particular attention to ensuring compatibility of the project's design with the surrounding neighborhood and has worked closely with the various stakeholders, particularly the town of Chevy Chase in which the property is situated, to accomplish this goal. I'd like to now turn the presentation over to Tim Gary with Gallery Senior Living to just say a few words. Tim?
Thank you. This is quite an honor to sit for you and present our project today. It's something we've been proud of since the very beginning, and I will tell you, we were very excited when we first came into Chevy Chase. But I will tell you what excited us more was once we got to actually speak with the residents, meet with the residents, and talk with the community, because what we found was a community who was supportive of our theories as well about having a livable environment and integrating into a community and supporting an entire family. So I would like to say thank you for allowing us to present this project, and we look forward to answering all your questions.
Thank you, Tim. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Grant Epstein, who is with Community 3. He's local here in the Washington metropolitan area and has really spent most of the time working with not only with staff but with the community as well. Grant?
Thank you. I want to also reiterate my thank you to staff who has been available and very collaborative on this whole effort. So I want to thank him for that. And I also want to thank the town for being involved in this process as well. This is not an easy thing for a jurisdiction who has a single-family zoning to get into a process like an LMA or a site plan going forward. And for them to learn and to understand and to participate and to share, I give them a lot of credit. And I thank the Vice Mayor for his notes and for the town support. It was really based upon several large meetings, some that had over 200 participants virtually, but it also included, about a dozen different intimate conversations at people's homes surrounding the property, on street corners, looking at the physical elements, and as the Vice Mayor suggested, we even had a walk-in hour, which was something new to me, where we walked with about 50 or 60 people through the forested areas to understand what forest conservation easements were, how stormwater management's handled, and really to see what would happen on the site once it was built. We've continued that dialogue with the town and with staff, and with the rest of the surrounding community through the process of our application and made significant changes thereof. So we're very pleased to have support of the town of Chevy Chase and look forward to being a part of that town for many years to come. Oh, yep.
Good morning. A pleasure to be here, and thank you to everyone for your help on this project. It's been surprisingly wonderful to work on this project, given, again, what Grant said, that we are putting not a single-family home on the site. So we are excited to share with you what we have today. The plan before you today does reflect substantial changes from what we had initially based on the feedback we've received during the process from the town of Chevy Chase and the park and planning staff. Here are just some initial images of another project the gallery has showing some of the interiors just to show you the quality, but I'll start here with the plan. The biggest thing that's been mentioned is we have committed to preserving the majority of the existing forest that surrounds the property, which is somewhere between 80 and 145 feet average in most points. We've also restricted vehicular access to the points as described along Connecticut Avenue, and we will continue to work with SHA and DOT on the final design of this intersection to ensure safe and efficient vehicular access. And then lastly, the project has been designed to open up to the community. This is important to the owner and to the community to have that interaction. And so there will be walking trails and retail, small neighborhood serving retail, connecting the community to this new development. Here you can see an overlay. The light blue represents our proposed footprints over the existing aerial. And you can see we are largely staying within the existing hardscape zones and preserving that tree canopy. And then obviously height was a very large consideration during this process. And so you can see here how we have stepped down the development height along all of the edges in the light green here to help make that transition down to the existing neighborhood. And then one thing I did want to note is that although the park and planning staff noted it would be appropriate to increase the height after this reduction in height on the northern, western, and southern sides to perhaps increase the height on Connecticut Avenue to compensate from that loss in density. We did not consider this in respect to Section 3, which confronts the property on the other side of the 100-foot wide Connecticut Avenue right-of-way. So we did keep that 4-story height along Connecticut Avenue, as shown here in the height diagram. And here you can start to see a series of illustrations which help show how this design does nestle itself into the neighborhood. For instance, the first one is along Connecticut Avenue. You can see we've broken down the building into 2 specific smaller buildings and then recessed the gatehouse in between to create an undulating facade along Connecticut Avenue. The southern one here is along Thornapple. Again, you see a series of smaller pieces of the building that project outward, creating a series of pavilions along that street and helping breaking down the scale and form of the building. Here you can see a section. The top one is actually cut so the Connecticut Avenue is on your right, and then the western tree preservation is on the left. And you can see how the building, again, tapers down as it reaches the extents of the property. And then on the southern, the bottom of the sheet, the southern part of the page, there is, again, a section there showing Thornapple on the left-hand side, and then this southern property is on the right. And again, that terracing of the roof forms and building scales to help bring down the massing of the building. Here is a section through Connecticut Avenue showing the 100-foot right-of-way. And just important to note that we have recessed our building. We have a greater setback on our side of the street than that exists currently on the eastern side of the street. And then here is a series of views looking along Connecticut Avenue. Again, these are all very preliminary, but the idea of breaking down the forum massing with a series of chimneys, dormers, bays, gables, elements found throughout the neighborhood to help ensure that this building fits in the neighborhood when it is visible, which during the more summer months, again, because of the tree preservation, will largely be obscured. Here's looking south on Connecticut Avenue, same concept. You can see the gables, the bays, dormers, individual elements that help break down the scale and form. And then again, because of that large tree preservation zone, largely obscured in the warmer months. We were very thoughtful throughout this process to make sure that the materiality, the architectural style, the detailing, and all of those things, as you see here on the screen, would complement the beautiful homes that are in the surrounding neighborhood. So you can see here the stone, the slate, brickwork, bays, again, traditional forms found throughout the neighborhood, helping to ensure that this is a pleasant place to add to the community. And then lastly, I just wanted to reiterate that this is just the first step in the process, and we will be, of course, coming back to you all, to the board for preliminary and site plan approval, where the design and the details will be fleshed out. So this is just an initial start of the conversation. Thank you.
Great. I have just a few concluding remarks. I just wanted to reiterate again that the applicant is very pleased that we're able to redevelop this longstanding institutional use with a use that is both compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, but also implements many of the goals and recommendations of the master plan. The master plan placed a significant emphasis on providing services and housing to support the needs of the elderly, and that's exactly what this project does. By providing various unit sizes and layouts with 3 different levels of care to serve residents and allow them to age in place within their community. We agree with the findings as set forth in the staff report and the binding elements, and agree with staff's recommendation that the local map amendment meets all of the recommendations or requirements of the zoning ordinance that the district council can make in approving it, and that the forest conservation plan also similarly meets the requirements of the code. We didn't have the benefit of the specific changes to the binding elements that the town and Section 3 have asked us to make ahead of this presentation, so I think we can collectively respond to those. I'll respond to a few of them and then turn it over to Grant to provide some additional response. I believe we are okay with adding a reference to Southern in the binding element about the forest conservation plan, forest conservation easement. There's only a small portion of forest on the southern property boundary, but that condition references the forest shown on the plan, so we are okay with that. I would defer to Grant regarding adding the specific feet of height in the binding element. I think we're generally okay with doing that as it's shown on the plans as well, that we plan to adhere to those heights. Regarding Section 3's request to amend the binding elements, as you heard from Grant and also from staff, the applicant has made significant efforts to engage the community, both town residents, Section 3, and others, and we will continue to do so as we move forward in the process. We would respectfully disagree with amending those binding elements to specifically note Section 3 in them, only because of the, a lot of those are kind of formally deferred either to SHA or Park and Planning. There's a concern with having kind of too many cooks in the kitchen in the formal binding element, but we certainly are committed to continuing to engage with them and provide them that information. And there certainly will be an opportunity for them to formally participate in the preliminary and site plan process, and we're committed to doing so and providing that information to them. There was another request by the town to amend the lighting condition to reference exterior lighting instead of site lighting. I think that is fine with us. It's in conformance with the code. That's an easy change. And regarding the timing of the parking study and the vehicular access study, we certainly can have those in advance of the preliminary and site plan. I would also just note for the record that, that is at least a 4-month review process for the preliminary and site plan, so there's going to be substantial time for everyone to formally engage in the findings of those studies, but we certainly can have them done in advance of filing those applications. I think that's all of them. If I missed any, I'm happy to respond to them.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry to I think we wanted to chime in on a couple of the points that we're talking about for the binding elements. And I'll start with the height, and then Saquon can talk about the trees. I think one of the challenges with getting overly specific on binding elements is that if they go to build and they are 6 inches over that number, they are out of conformance with the binding element. The planning board cannot amend a binding element. DPS cannot amend a binding element. The county council would have to amend that binding element. So I think staff is comfortable with leaving it as it is. I think if the board is persuaded that more specificity is of use here, we would suggest going to the next higher 5-foot increment so that there's some allowance for human frailty. And then with that, I will turn it over to Saquon to talk about the trees.
Staff agrees with adding the word southern to the binding element. It was left off partially because the full southern boundary is not within the forest conservation easement because the stand ends. Adding that word southern can accommodate for the small portion that is within the easement, so it's just a technicality which we're okay with adding within the language.
Thank you for that. Before the other boards have questions and comments, I just have to say this. I dealt with local map amendments for about 17 years up at council. I have never seen binding elements like this before. Typically, you get binding elements that deal with building standards, and then you have a section that says when a site plan occurs, the following must be considered or provided for, one of the two. This has 21 binding elements. And the applicant submitted these binding elements as provided for in the zoning code?
A large portion of them we submitted based on our discussions with the town and other community residents to address concerns.
And the applicant is content with all of the binding elements with the possible few amendments?
Yes, we are. I do appreciate Mr. Heisel-McCoy's comments regarding the specificity of adding the height, just in terms of our intent is to meet that height limit. But you're right, even if we exceed that by an inch, we're back to the council. So I think that's a good suggestion.
I am not inclined to find defeat in the jaws of victory. So I won't make the motion to really restrict this to those things that are relevant to zoning. There are so many things here that are really relevant to site plan and not to zoning. And I think it will be a little bit remarkable for the council and the hearing examiner to deal with such things as vinyl siding on whether something should be zoned one way or the other. But that will, if you're agreeable to this and the town is agreeable to this, it's hard to interject in that except for the questioning you may get at hearing examiner and the full council. But I guess I'm giving that as a fair warning, and I'll turn it over to commissioners for comments or questions. Or a motion.
I'm glad that the applicant has agreed to one of the conditions that Mr. Rubin and the town and the village, the Section 3, which is that they're very concerned about the traffic and the parking. I think that is really important. We know that Connecticut Avenue is very congested, and we don't want to generate more traffic. I'm glad that in a way, you're doing independent and assisted and mental care. I suspect that that's not going to generate as much traffic or parking, although they did mention that, some of the 190 may have people that come in, I need to park to help out. So, I don't know how much parking you're envisioning, but hopefully, it's one of the least impacted in terms of traffic, this kind of development. So I would just say that in terms of the building height, I would support what Mr. Chair was saying. This is just a floating zone, and it's not a site plan or a final preliminary plan, so we're looking forward. Let me ask about the commercial retail. Is that something that you're envisioning that's going to serve the residents of this area, or you're going to open it up for people from outside? What is your vision for the commercial
Sure.
retail?
We have considered them mostly shops, if you will, and we've committed to, ice cream store, florist, very small cafe. These are really intended to be, a bridge between the residents of Corso Chevy Chase and the residents of the surrounding community. One of the things that makes a Corso property magnificent is the ability for the residents of the community to interact with those around them. And they've done this in other projects that they've had, and residents come down from the inside through this, to these shops, and people from the community come from the other side, and that interaction really promotes health and dignity and, a way of life that isn't end of life, but continuing life. And so those are the types of things that we see there. They are not destinations. They are, if anything, something that residents of the town and the community can walk to, but also interact with the people that are at
I see.
the
So it
community.
would be mostly people walking to those
Yes.
retail, commercial?
Yep.
Nothing big. And in terms of, have you thought about any, like a bus stop for the residents, the independent ones?
There is a bus stop right out
there?
front.
Okay, right in front.
Yep.
And I guess we don't have a need for a bike path on Connecticut Avenue, is there? Do we have that in plans? How is this development gonna affect the future bike path?
So I think that there are plans for, and Katie Mancarini, our transportation planners in the back of the room, you can wave for arms if I'm saying the wrong thing. I think there's intended to be what at one point was called a shared use path.
Yeah.
Alongside the sidewalk on Connecticut Avenue. Katie will correct my.
I mean, the thing is that it's very narrow there.
Yes.
You know,
It was
Connecticut
built in
Avenue.
a different time. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Katie Mancarini for the record. So I'm the transportation reviewer for Down County. I look at all of our projects and help coordinate with the other reviewing agencies such as MCDOT and SHA. So to get to your point, your concern was the existing sidewalk that's on Connecticut Avenue
Yeah.
right now. Yeah, that is unacceptable. So this is a site plan issue, so I'm just going to put a pin in that, but I'm happy to talk more about it because I love this stuff. So per the Complete Streets Design Guide, they are going to be subject to that at preliminary and site plan.
Okay.
This is going to be a frontage improvement that they're going to have to address both on their Connecticut Avenue frontage as well as Thornapple. Thornapple you didn't ask, so I won't jump in on that too far. But what's recommended in the Complete Streets Design Guide is exactly what you said. It is not only far too narrow of a pathway, especially for our ADA concerns, but also the buffer is insufficient, right? Like there's a lot of fast moving volume of traffic that's on the road.
Yeah.
We've already discussed it with them, and they seem amenable to what is required in the Complete Streets Design Guide, which is going to be an 8-foot buffer, and then an 11-foot buffer and an 8-foot side path that could be used for bicyclists or pedestrians, and will also be accessible for anyone with mobility challenges. So it's a very big, important priority for us, and we've gotten sign-off from SHA as well.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Any other board members on anything? So we're,
I have some questions.
please.
During this phase of the application process, is there any consideration given to the setbacks and/or street trees that line Connecticut Avenue? When I was looking at the overlay, there's going to be an increase in the building footprint. And the setbacks, there's no setback with regards to Connecticut Avenue. And me driving down Connecticut Avenue just last week to go to American University, one of the key features of Connecticut Avenue are the street trees. And I know members of the county council and the county executive are really concerned about preserving the appearance in Montgomery County, and especially the street trees that have a long legacy within our county. And I was wondering if that's part of the application consideration process. Thanks.
Absolutely. So certainly with the LMA, that isn't our first, but by the way, the LMA is a really great exercise to flag a bunch of things that we want to look at, and we've already started having these conversations. I'm also going to note over here, Marco Fuster is our environmental planner on this, but from a transportation perspective, you're totally right. We want, if we have mature, thriving trees, we don't want to discard those, right? Because you can't really replace those easily. So we have been looking out to see the health of the trees that are out there today, and we flag the ones that we want to be saved. And then there are some trees that are not in great health. Those probably will be replaced. But increasing that buffer width is going to give them more room to thrive and more soil depth and more opportunity to continue to create that canopy that we really value for safety, comfort, and just an overall urban design look that we're going for.
I thought I read there was a 18-foot setback from.
Oh,
from
yes,
the right-of-way.
also that.
Okay.
Do you want to get in? Sorry.
And what I see on the diagram that we have up on our screens is 4 saved mature trees along Connecticut Avenue.
Mhm.
And in your illustrations, I also saw those trees saved, which I noted directly to make sure that they were then saved on the Forest Conservation Plan.
And also from building face to curb, it's about 40, it's over 40 feet.
From
building on Connecticut Avenue, so even though the numerical setback is 18, I think from building face to curb on Connecticut Avenue is 44 feet.
Right, because it's taken into account right-of-way as well as the,
Yeah.
Oh,
to the
okay,
curb.
got it. And that is more than what's on Chevy Chase 3?
Correct. So we have, so the total width of the right-of-way, they are going to be required to dedicate the full master plan width. The opposite side of the street has not dedicated the full right-of-way width. I'm sure it changed after, those houses were built. So they are going to be achieving the full from the center line that they're supposed to. So they're actually going to have a deeper or a wider right-of-way, which sets their property line back further than it is on the other side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we did get that testimony in written form on the setbacks from Chevy Chase 3. Commissioner Pedowin, I got to get used to this, I'm sorry.
Just a question for you that if you consider the, incorporation of the sidewalk and bikeways later on, is it going to have any impact in the preliminary forest conservation plan that we are reviewing? And it could change some of these binding requirements.
So no, we can be more restrictive. So the binding elements are the binding elements. We got to focus on those. But then from there, that's where we look at, and that's why we're looking at it all now, but we're not conditioning all of it right now. So far, everything's working. Also, just so that you know, Marco, Saquon, and I all work very closely together so that we're not giving them conflicting conditions of approval. We'll work it out together, but I appreciate your insight on that.
No other questions. I'm amazed. I'm still trying to figure out all of the amendments that staff would now recommend to us after this hearing. Is somebody going to mark something up here?
So I think
Commissioner Bar. Commissioner.
No, if
Yeah,
you'd like
I'm
them to
done.
answer your question.
Yeah, I want them to answer back.
Go ahead, and then I have a statement.
Oh, okay.
So I think to answer the question, the 2 changes, so I think
Pick a number, please.
we're
so I can-
supportive of adding the word southern to binding element, to the relevant binding element. And then for height, I think we will defer to the board if they want to add additional building heights. I think staff is comfortable not adding the building heights because it's on the development plan. We'll be getting it at site plan. If the board does want to, we want to use the 5-foot increments. I think there was a suggestion from section 3 to modify binding element 2 to include section 3 in the review of the traffic studies. The staff would recommend, instead of putting them together with the town, because this site is located within the jurisdiction of the town, they have, I think, a unique role. I think we always coordinate with all all stakeholders, including municipalities, if the board wanted to add another sentence that, you know, there should be coordination with, and we'll pull the language, the specific language together. But if we wanted to recognize Section 3 in that, I think we would add another sentence that talked about coordination because they won't have a jurisdictional role. So I think that's the decision we would make. And I think those are the three changes that we are talking about.
You were okay with exterior lighting on condition 12, too, I thought.
Yeah, to us they're the same, but I think that's fine.
Oh, right. That I understand. All right, so please, Commissioner Bartley.
I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Rubin and Ms. Harney for your comments and your coordinated efforts with regards to the need for a traffic study and making sure that the community is well taken care of. So I appreciate your participation and comments. Thanks.
There was one other interest, which was to have the traffics and parking studies in advance of the preliminary plan.
So I think right now it says at preliminary plan. If we wanted to change that to before preliminary plan.
Do you want to say
That's
4
fine.
weeks before preliminary plan?
No.
No.
I mean, again, because if they're, 3 weeks, 6 days, they're in violation of the binding element, I think before is sufficient. And I think as the applicant suggests, this is a 4-week, the review itself is 4 weeks, and we do a lot of pre-work before that. So it's 4 month, only 4 weeks. I shouldn't say that. 6 months, so there'll be plenty of time.
Am I capable of seeing the vice mayor nodding to that, to agree to that? Why don't you come up and speak to it, please? If this is going to be a marriage, we have to have everybody up here.
I was feeling excluded a little bit there, but we're in the hybrid work world right now. So I think the one question we'll probably have to follow up is the 5-foot increment in that it may exceed our actual limits at the town. So we just need to figure that out. Rather than 5, it might be 1 foot or 2 feet. I'm not sure, but I think that could be an
it would
issue.
still, I mean, I think we're at 70 feet in the zone, so, 47 feet in the northwest corner would be 50 feet. 53.8 would be 55 feet. 66.4 would still be 70 feet. 44.6 would be 50 feet. So I mean, we're still within the 70 feet of the code. It's just, I'm trying to be thoughtful.
Sounds good. I'll let it go. You're the, but yeah, no, I just want to make sure we cross the Ts. I mean, we're not going to disagree with the principle of it, though. That's
I mean, I think that's a much better idea than
Yeah.
having a height violation for 6 inches.
Don't want to go to
And
concur
the
with the
is the
concept of not going to the county council to have to revise things.
And trust me, this is going to get reviewed by the hearing examiners before you get to council, too, because it is different. The applicant is okay with the 5-foot increments? Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the binding elements as amendment. We're going to do this in 2 sections. There are two decisions the board has to make. One is on the LMA guidance that we send up to the council, and the other is the forest conservation plan. So I'll entertain a motion on the local map amendment.
All right, I'd move we approve the local map amendment with the edits we've discussed so far.
Do I hear any further discussion?
I second that.
Oh, that's right, I need a second. Thank you. This is a bad day. Any further discussion? And the staff is clear on the amendments we're proposing. The applicant is clear on the amendments we're proposing. The town is clear on the amendment. Both towns are clear on the amendments. And that would include Chevy Chase 3 coordination. Okay. All right.
Includes the traffic and parking.
Traffic before.
Before.
Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And I'm saying, I'm only painful about it because it's so different than what I'm used to on binding elements. You know, I hope everybody is content with the binding elements you get, because sometimes you have to live with what you ask for. And this is unusual to have this much detail when you go for zoning. But I appreciate that there is peace in the world, and in particular in Chevy Chases. Okay? I didn't see any opposed?
No.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve the preliminary forest conservation plan.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the preliminary forest conservation plan as it stands, as it's recommended by the staff.
I'll entertain a second.
I second that.
Okay. And did we have some outstanding issue with?
Any room for discussion?
Yes.
on that?
Yeah.
Okay. In losing .74 acres, it was on my list of questions, and I just overlooked it. But in losing .74 acres of forest, we know once the forest is lost, it's never coming back. Was there any consideration given to lease destructive measures in preserving that portion of the forest? And if so, what considerations were given? That was my question.
Staff on the forest conservation.
One note of clarification in the staff report: any forest not declared as protected is declared as removed or disturbed. So that .74 is encompassing forest that will remain, but just outside the easement as well. So I wanted to add that for the record.
And I think that .74 was not part of the conservation easement, right?
Correct.
Okay. But what I was asking is what consideration or what efforts were made to avoid losing that .74, if any?
Right. Well, I would let the applicant address this as well, but throughout the review process, our environmental planner worked with the applicant to revise building restriction lines and limits of disturbance to tighten up as much as possible. There were some areas where encroachment and removal of forest was necessary to accommodate all the utilities and buildings associated with the development. So I'll let that stand and pass it off to the applicant.
I think Mr. Gatlin did a great job explaining that. I think there was also some coordination with Marco Fuster regarding making sure that the forest conservation easement boundaries were easily delineable. And so, you know, that included not a lot of zigs and zags, but kind of more some straight lines. And that's also what contributed to portions of the forest not being within the easement, but still being preserved.
They're not, it's not contiguous, it's just small portions of the forest? I mean, what I mean is, when I'm looking at the map here, is it one specific section or there are multiple sections of the forest that are being removed?
Keely Loretti with Soltis for the record. We have a large portion, as was just mentioned, of trees being saved along Thornapple that are just counted as removed because we are providing dedication for an upgraded sidewalk along that street. So in terms of the .74, not all of it is being actually removed. It's just not being counted as saved. So there's a large area there. We also have to, most of the remaining area is for utility connections. There's a southwestern connection that already exists. So we're having to, even in that area as well, there's a lot of existing easement encroachments on that southwestern side. From the adjacent properties, all of that area is being saved, but has to be counted as removed because it's not, doesn't meet the criteria of a Category 1 conservation easement. So, you know, and then there were a couple areas that I think maybe there was some invasives in there, different areas that, you know, that we couldn't count everything towards Conservation 1. So for the most part, we tried to preserve as all of the existing forest on the boundaries, and there were just a couple areas where we had to clear for utility reasons and for dedication.
Yes.
Well, the motivation for my question was it's a historic site in that it was 4-H, not for historic preservation, but just the trees and the idea that some of them would be removed rather than preserved was just a curiosity of mine. That's all. Thanks.
Commissioner Roberto?
Oh, no, I
Roberto?
made a motion,
Oh,
and I think it was
that's right.
seconded.
You did.
So we probably can take a vote.
We
Unless
can.
there's,
I just want to
somebody
go,
want-
yeah, we can do it in a second. I just wanted to go back a second on the LMA, on the cover letter that I'll deliver. I would like in that, and want to know to let the board know, I really want to emphasize the fact that the developer proposed the binding elements going forward as provided for in the zoning ordinance, and as staff somewhat amended that with still the agreement of the applicant. Because otherwise, it just seems way out of line to, look, I'm an old school. You know, I'm used to one process at a time and doing with the conditions of that process. I'm trying my best not to object to to something that's in agreement with everybody. So, but I just want to let everybody know I'll do that in a cover memo. The amendment says the way what the council approved. All right, with that, we're ready for a vote.
If I
on
could
the-
just interject for one moment, Ally Myers, Office of General Counsel, for the record. I wanted to confirm that the motion for the preliminary forest conservation plan included staff's proposed amended condition language that they
Oh,
presented
that's
during.
right, you did.
I think the condition was I think
There
there
you
was
go.
binding element language.
I
or was
believe
it-
there was one for the preliminary
It was
forest
on
conservation
preliminary
plan.
Oh.
Preliminary forest country.
Was it number 2?
Yes, condition number
Okay.
2.
Number 2.
Thank you for that. Nice save.
That's why they keep us around, you know?
Can the motion be amended to incorporate the change recommended, I guess it's by the applicant recommended this. No, we recommended it. We recommended it? They recommended it.
applicant, yes.
All right,
The applicant
whoever recommended
recommended
it,
the concurrence.
it's recommended.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend that we accept the amendment recommended by the applicant as part of the move to accept it.
All right, and the second accepts the amendment?
I second.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
As amended.
Aye.
Okay, aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure
Thank
this
you very
was a
much.
very long process. Congratulations. Look forward to a great contribution to the county. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we are in recess until, we have to come back at 1:15, right? We can't come back early, okay. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Planning Board. It is March 9th, 2023. We are on item 6. This is 4824 Edgemore Preliminary Plan Amendment 1, 2020 007A and Site Plan 8, 2021 004A. It's a public hearing. Do I have people? Yes, there are speakers for this ultimately. First, I'll hear from staff to present. Then we'll hear from our speakers. Then we'll hear from the applicant, if that's okay. All right? Please proceed.
Good afternoon. For the record, Saquon Gatling with Down County presenting 4824 Edgemore, which includes Preliminary Plan Amendment 1, 2020 007A and Site Plan Amendment number 8, 2021 004A. For the board's reference, the original site plan was approved by the board in March of 2021, and the original preliminary plan was approved with the sketch plan in 2020. Just a brief overview for today. As a reminder, the applications before you are amendments to previously approved plans, a preliminary plan and a site plan. A preliminary plan seeks subdivision approval per section 50.4, which includes review of whether public facilities such as schools and roads are adequate to serve the development, while the site plan seeks approval per section 59.7.3.4 and includes a detailed overview of the proposed development as it relates to the requirements of the zoning ordinance. These approvals can, of course, be amended. The amended findings and proposal are addressed in the staff report and are the focus of today's presentation. The 0.2 acre property is zoned CR 2.5, C 0.5, R 2.5 with a height of 120 feet and is within the Bethesda overlay zone. The property is located on the southwest side of Edgemore Lane and Woodmont Avenue's intersection in the Arlington Road district of downtown Bethesda. And as you can see on the slide, it's about a block away from the Bethesda Metro Station. As mentioned, the project is within the Bethesda overlay zone, also known as the BOZ. General information about the zone is shown on the screen. The BOZ was created to implement sector plan recommendations related to density, building design, affordable housing, and parks. And the overlay zone provides a pool of density that proposals can draw from to increase density of a proposed project to a level beyond what's allowed in the underlying zone. To use BOZ density, a proposal must use all the density of the underlying zone and make a park impact payment, which is calculated based on the quantity of the BOZ density requested. This additional density must be used within a time frame set forth by the zoning ordinance or the site plan is revoked. Brief overview of prior approvals. To the right, you can see the building footprint that was previously approved. This amendment does not propose changing the size or massing of the approved building. And previously at the preliminary and sketch plan phase, the site was approved for the creation of one lot with up to 92,000 square feet and with 77 multifamily dwelling units and BOZ density as shown of about 70,000 square feet. The previous site plan refined these numbers and was approved for up to 89,000 square feet, including over 67,000 square feet of BOZ density for 76 units and a max height of 119 feet. In the proposed amendments, neither height nor BOZ density are proposed to change. Today, the application is requesting an increased unit count for up to 111 dwelling units with the ability to provide up to 65 of these units as short-term residential rental units as described in Chapter 59. Along with the proposed change in unit type, the applicant is proposing revised parking, which still maintains compliance with the requirements in the CR zone, as shown in the table included in the staff report. To accommodate the increased units, minor facade changes are proposed. This project was originally reviewed by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel with previous applications, and with this amendment, the Design Advisory Panel was contacted, but due to the scope of the amendment, the project maintains compliance with the previously reviewed building design and form, and the panel did not require an additional round of formal review for this project, or for this amendment. Per the zoning ordinance and as conditioned in the staff report, there is a requirement to provide 15% of dwelling units as moderately priced dwelling units. This requirement is coordinated between the applicant and the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, with enforcement provided by DHCA in accordance with Chapter 25A. With this amendment, the applicant is proposing a co-living leasing agreement, and this leasing term is not found within the zoning ordinance and is distinct from arrangements such as personal living quarters, which are defined in the zoning ordinance. During the course of this review, staff has coordinated with DHCA regarding MPDUs, and a representative from DHCA is present virtually to provide clarification on this if needed. Following coordination with DHCA to provide the required MPDUs, DHCA has recommended that the MPDU requirement be revisited following any change in the co-living designation for units within the building, such that 15% of all single-family household units are provided as MPDUs. Language to this effect has been incorporated as part of the conditions of approval. This next slide provides a bit of a background for two updates to the findings and conditions to the staff report. This application makes the use of BOS density, and as such, acceptance of a building permit for review by DPS is required within 2 years of site plan approval, which in this case would be from the date of the original site plan. However, this amendment proposes an increase in units, which results in a change to the interior of the building, which affects the building's core and shell. Therefore, the requirement for submission and acceptance of an initial building permit, which must include core and shell, will be from the date of this amendment's approval. The requested BOS density has not changed, thus the resulting park impact payment has not changed. This leads to our first correction, which is to site plan condition 3. Staff recommends the inclusion of the language shown on screen to reflect that the timing for a building permit, which is based on the approval of this amendment resolution rather than that of the original site plan. The second update staff recommends is reflecting the inclusion of the underlined sentence on the screen to the site plan finding 4A related to park impact payment. Since the approval of the original site plan, the park impact payment rate has gone up once. However, since the requested BOS density has not changed, the previously approved park impact payment of $753,735 remains the same in accordance with previous condition of approval 5A. The applicant has met all property signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. Correspondence received as of the date of the staff report has been included in the attachment and is addressed within the report. Additional correspondence following the posting of the staff report was also received and has been forwarded to the board for their consideration. The topics addressed in the correspondence generally relate to traffic and pedestrian safety, building design, unit type, and noticing. As it relates to traffic and building design, as covered in the staff report, building access has not changed with this amendment, and the building design and form was found to be within substantial conformance of the previously approved applications. Therefore, these elements are outside of the scope of the current amendment applications. Concerns related to unit type and noticing are addressed in detail in the staff report, and the applicant is here today prepared to address any further questions related to the proposed amendments. With that, staff finds that the preliminary plan and site plan amendments meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance, and is in conformance with the sector plan. All those requirements have been met, and staff recommends approval of each of the applications with the findings and conditions enumerated within the staff report and modified herein today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have some speakers who'd like to come up. I think Neil Goldstein is here. Please come up, and Penny Dash. You'll each have 3 minutes to speak when you start. You can sit down if you wish and use the mic there. Oh, okay. All right.
I
If you wish.
apologize for that. Hopefully, everybody can see. What I'd like to do is give a little background. I want to show a chart depicting the actual intersection that we're most concerned about.
Please proceed.
It's the intersection of Woodmont Avenue and Edgemore Lane. Like I'm going to have one hand to hold this. This is too wide. No, I'm going to write on it. Can everybody hear me without the mic?
Except you have to use the mic for our online audience.
Oh, that's my wife. I really have to use this. Okay. This, for the audience, they know it. So let me point it toward the chair.
He'll hold.
No. Not used to that kind of treatment. Thanks, though. This is the intersection that I'm talking about. This is Woodmont
Please
Avenue.
use the mic.
This is Woodmont Avenue. It's a street that curves and goes from Rockville Pike or Wisconsin Avenue to Wisconsin Avenue. It's been used considerably as a cut-through for those people who want to stay off Wisconsin Avenue and headed south. So these are people like who work at NIH, who would work at Walter Reed, and so on. Then you have people coming from up county. What I want to demonstrate here is how this street gets used currently and what the amendment will do to traffic and safety at this intersection. So here we have Woodmont Avenue, and on this corner, this is Edgemore that comes across Woodmont Avenue. So with the amendment, we're changing from approximately 176 tenants or occupants of that building from 98. And I've never seen an actual number from the developer, so these are a result of my own calculations based on the one bedrooms, the two bedrooms, the 3, 4, and the studios and so on. It's a minimum number because it's possible that we could put more people in there. You know, if you have an overnight guest or a week-long guest, you know, who has a car and the like. So we've added approximately 80 or so cars. And there's, according to the developer, they're not going to have garage spaces for everybody. So they're planning on a minimum of 45 parking spaces, and these other people are going to have to find parking elsewhere. The planning staff board has required that they provide a parking space off-street for all those people who can't park there. So they will be going most likely to the Metropolitan Garage, which is just diagonally across. The Metropolitan Garage has 2 exits. One exit is up here, approximately. And from the left, okay. So one exit, they'll come out of this exit and come down Woodmont. They'll come out of the other exit, which is on Edgemore Lane, and make a left onto Woodmont. And that's even with the current situation, except for the fact that we're going to see 80 to 100 additional cars. We already begin to see some backups on Woodmont Avenue when the light changes, because you also have buses coming from the metro station and making a left lane. And in the morning, they run those accordion buses, which are about 80 feet in length. 80 feet in length. So when they make that turn onto Woodmont Avenue, they make that left turn, they take up a lot of space. It's not unusual that we see backups from the traffic light on North Lane toward Edgemore.
Thank you for your testimony.
My time up?
Yeah, about a minute ago, 2 minutes ago.
Okay, I didn't make any of the points that I wanted to make.
Can you summarize them quickly, please?
Yes. My point is that with the additional occupants, we will have chaos on that intersection, and very dangerous as well, because as you can see from the developer's photos, when they come out of their garage, they have no line of sight to the cars turning right from Edgemore. Absolutely none, because they're building up to the property line.
Thank you. Now I have to look who's there. Ms. Dash?
Hi. The board should not permit utilization.
Is your mic
of
on?
What?
Is the mic on? Okay.
You can't hear?
Now I can.
Okay, I have to look closer. I have to stand so I can see everybody. The board should not permit utilization of prime real estate across from the metro for the transient, out-of-town, short-term renters. I call them hotel guests without daily fresh linens. This real estate should be for county residents to get people out of their cars and using the metro. So the request for short-term rentals as well as the adult dorm co-living arrangement should be denied. Our Chase garage, and this is the diagram there, is immediately next to this development on Edgemore. Note that Edgemore is being reduced to a one-lane road due to a bicycle lane installation. So all drivers arriving by GPS to this new development, so that's Grubhub, that's Takeout Taxi, that's Lyft, and other deliveries, they're going to arrive on Edgemore, the one lane, and then they're going to stop because they're going to look for the lobby. Where are their passengers to pick up to take to the airport? Or stop and bring food in just in the lobby. And this is going to negatively impact the 282 drivers that park in the adjacent Chase garage who simply want to exit the garage and merge onto Edgemore safely. As detailed in my written comments, the management loading plan fails to address the GPS arriving car problem. Therefore, the address for this building should be changed to a Woodmont address to direct all GPS drivers to arrive by Woodmont, which has additional lanes to absorb any stopped car. I asked the board to require this as a condition that developer effectuate this address change. As a taxpayer, I'd like to see integrity restored to the development process for this development, integrity being a matter which should always be pending before the board. I'm referring to Acumen's use of the so-called oops tactic and the vanishing tower separation. Acumen told the design advisory panel one measure, 35.05 feet, for the crucial tower separation distance between our buildings. But its site plan, it said, oops, that's not right. It's really narrower, closer, smaller. Developers who misrepresent crucial data for the DAP, whether on purpose or through sloppy work, should not be rewarded, as former Chair Anderson had done at site plan. The board should now require an average tower separation distance of 35.05 feet, which is what Acumen told the DAP was the actual tower separation distance. And that is what the DAP approved. Alternatively, the board should order Acumen to return to the DAP to own up to their mistake and seek DAP review of the lower tower separation distance, now down to about 1/3 of what the DAP had originally expected, and I've explained that in my March 7th comments. Not requiring them to rectify their mistake on a crucial matter now encourages all developers to come forward at the last minute with their own oops for board approval for items that were never intended to be acceptable. I ask that the board take this action to rectify the undermining of the integrity of the development process by this developer in the matter of the vanishing tower separation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have someone on Teams, Jason Fabris, or is he part of the owner presentation?
Hi, how are you today?
Okay.
So, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Jason Fabris. I am the president of the board of directors representing the Condo Association of the Chase at Bethesda. I am here today to express our board's unanimous opposition to the proposed plan amendment at 4824 Edgemore Lane. We realize that the county wants this property developed, and we understand it will be. However, we feel it is the duty of this planning board to make sure it is developed responsibly and with the following concerns taken into consideration. The traffic on Woodmont Avenue and Edgemore Lane at the intersection of this proposed plans has become a danger to pedestrians. This corner cannot tolerate any more vehicular traffic. For those of us who live here and walk this block daily, we are aware of how vigilant we must be when crossing the intersections and driveways around our home block. The no right turn on red sign from Edgemore Lane onto Woodmont Avenue means traffic currently backs up past our garage entrance and exit, blocking access and egress into and out of our parking garage. This has been an issue for years, but it has been exacerbated by the increased density since the Edge was completed. For reference, the Edge is an additional building added to the Edgemore apartments directly across the proposed project and our garage on Edgemore Lane. Drivers traveling east on Edgemore Lane regularly enter the left lane when approaching Woodmont Avenue and turn right on red in front of cars in the right lane, observing the no turn on red sign. This is directly in front of the proposed project at 4824 property. Additionally, cars illegally park up and down both sides of Edgemore Lane, and for some reason the county refuses to adequately patrol the street. It is not uncommon to see 6 or more cars parked on both sides of the street at a time. The illegally parked cars consist of food and package deliveries, commercial vehicles, and even friends and loved ones waiting to pick up Metro riders from the Bethesda Metro stop across Woodmont. They wait there parked and blocking lanes in each direction during rush hour. The Edge apartments regularly leave multiple dumpsters in the street for daily pickup due to the lack of accessibility by large trucks to their building. And car dealerships have even begun to park their large semis that deliver new vehicles there while they offload the cars. The county's tolerance for parking on Edgemore Lane, despite the prohibition on parking there, aggravates the problem and blocks sightlines, adding to the danger for more vehicular pedestrian accidents. The planned addition of bike lanes at this intersection will only increase the congestion and, with the elimination of lanes on Edgemore, will introduce additional hazards once completed. In addition to these issues, and because of the lack of adequate guest parking at neighboring buildings in the area, our property experiences daily issues with vehicles parking in and blocking our loading dock, resulting in skipped trash pickups and our own refused deliveries. We have vehicles parking in our front turnaround and delivering packages up and down the street. We have vehicles parking in our small guest lot and walking off. And we have vehicles parking in front of and blocking our garage doors while they deliver food to residents at the Edge and Edgemore apartments across the street. This driveway into and out of our garage is within feet of the proposed project at 4824 Edgemore Lane, and the amended 4824 project has no plans for off-street delivery or drop-off parking. Where will delivery drivers park when they visit one of the 111 units at this new property? The new bike lane? On our property? Our garage and driveway on Edgemore Lane houses almost 300 cars. Given the current conditions, everyone can imagine the frustrations our residents face being stuck in a queue and blocked from entering or exiting our building in a safe and timely manner due to the already over-congested and unsafe traffic patterns on this block. We can look to recent development projects to show us exactly what we can expect from another 111 units on the block without adequate off-street parking, driveway, or other pull-off for short-term deliveries and pickup or drop-offs of guests. The Edge, the already mentioned addition to Edgemore Apartments, was recently completed with across the street. It was approved and built with no designated guest parking lot or driveway. They even removed the existing Edgemore Apartments guest lot during the construction phase, adding to the violations of no parking rules for Edgemore Lane and the frustrating mess we now live with. We are getting to the point where, because of the vehicular volume, lack of parking, and subsequent parking violations, efforts to protect pedestrians are doing the opposite and creating hazards for pedestrians. For these reasons, it is the unanimous opinion of our board of directors that this proposed amendment to the 4824 Edgemore Lane plan should be denied, and the planning board should require adequate off-street parking and driveways for delivery and guest pickup and drop-offs at this and all future sites in this area. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no other speakers. If we can hear from the applicant, please. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Real person.
Yes. You saw me virtually earlier. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Pat Harris with Lurch, Early and Brewer. On behalf of the applicant, first of all, I want to welcome the 3 new
planning board members, and thank you for your commitment to Montgomery County. With me is Sean Weingast, the General Counsel and Director of Capital Markets for the applicant Acumen, and our development team, including the architects from Bonstra Architects, Wade McKinney and Milan Gilvich. We have our civil engineer, Pat LeVay, here from MHG, and then our traffic consultant, Nancy Randall from Wells and Associates. I think giving a little bit of history here may be helpful. The sketch and preliminary plan for this project were approved back in 2020, and then in 2021, the site plan was approved for 76 condo units, luxury condo units. And the project, as underwritten at that time, assumed that the condo units would not have on-site MPDUs. And the reason for that was the condo price was going to be up to $1 million. The condo fees were going to be about $600, therefore really out of reach for your typical MPDU qualifying resident. However, DHCA, after we had all our approvals, really had a pivot in their policy and determined that off-site MPDUs were not going to be allowed and that the MPDUs needed to be on site. The project at that point was not financially feasible because it had been underwritten with the assumption that the MPDs were going to be off-site. So what that meant was the applicant had to take another look and think, okay, what is the appropriate development for this property? And after evaluating it, what they determined was that while keeping the exterior of the project exactly the same as previously in terms of the height, the massing, very minor changes to the facades, and we can go through that. We have an exhibit that shows a side-by-side comparison. That nothing on the exterior would change, but in terms of the interior, it made more sense to provide more multifamily units at this location. In doing so, it provides needed housing at a metro station. And it's really much more in line with the master plan recommendations. And by that, what I mean is that it's adding more units to the marketplace, which the master plan recommends. It provides diverse housing options. It increases the non-auto drive travel, which is one of the recommendations of the master plan, and it promotes a constrained parking policy. In terms of the co-living, I think it's important to talk about what that means. These are furnished apartments with individual rooms rented. It's a product that's increasing in popularity, maybe not yet in Montgomery County, but in the District of Columbia, the company that the applicant likely would commission with, their name is Common. They have at least 10 projects in DC, including DuPont Circle, Columbia Heights, Mount Vernon Square. And the point of this product is to appeal to the young professional, what a group called the digital nomad, which I don't think that term existed 5 years ago, but it's the younger professional who can work either at home or is working in WeWork spaces and things like that. Or it also appeals to people like the researcher at NIH that is here for 6 months, maybe a year time. The application that's before you today is more responsive to the recommendations of the sector plan. It's more responsive to the project's location just a half a block from the metro station. It's more responsive to the county and the region's overall housing issue and crisis. And perhaps most importantly, it's responsive to the county's affordable housing crisis. And I say that because now we will have 15% MPDUs on site, and plus we will have those 22 co-living units, each of which has a monthly rental fee, which is well below, at least $400 below what an MPDU rate is. So those co-living units could be assumed to be almost an affordable housing bonus, but they're not counting against the otherwise required number of MPDUs. The last thing I would say, and then we certainly can answer any questions you have, and we have our whole group of consultants here. I want to show two things to address some of the comments you heard about the congestion on Woodmont Avenue. One is, and I realize that this is just a snapshot in time, but yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday, so not a Monday or a Friday when traffic trips tend to be lower, I took a 2-minute video of, my tech assistant will help me. It took a 2-minute video at 8 o'clock in the morning of what was happening at that intersection. Because we have tried to be responsive to what we've heard from the neighbors since this project began several years ago. As you can see, so this is their entrance, as you can see on the video.
We can't see the video
Oh, you
yet. Give
can't
us a
see it?
minute.
Huh.
You must
Is
be
it
a
not
digital
connected?
nomad. You're moving too fast for us.
Oh. Did we do something different?
I think they're doing it.
Okay.
There we go.
So I won't bore you with the entire 2 minutes. But sitting here at 8 o'clock in the morning, their entrance is on the right-hand side. And here comes, then the one car came out like within that 2-minute period. Makes a left. And then I turned the video, nothing else happened until the 2 minutes had lapsed, but I sat there another 3 minutes and one other car left the parking garage. So again, I think while no one wants, while a lot of people in general don't want to see development, I think the concerns expressed may be a little bit inflated. The other thing I would show you is another picture from 9 o'clock at night last night going south on Woodmont Avenue. And you can see, sorry, I don't know if we can turn that. You can see the level of congestion that was expressed. Again, only a point in time, and it was totally random. I happened to be coming home from a meeting at 9 o'clock last night. The placement of the garage has not changed. It's exactly the same as it was previously, and that had been thoroughly vetted at the time of the preliminary plan previously, as well as the site plan. If you have other questions about the sightline visions or anything else, we have our whole team of consultants here, and we'd be happy to answer any questions, but we encourage the planning board's approval of this amendment. Thank you.
Can you address the claim of change in the design of towers?
There has been, can you get one more exhibit? The only change to the exterior of the project since it was previously approved is two things. One is a little bit of window placement and a little bit of relocation of some of the balconies. So if you can, the exhibit in front of you, this is the north elevation. So on the left is what was previously approved. On the right is what we are proposing. The massing and the distance from the adjacent Chase building has not changed in any way, shape, or form since the DAP previously approved or recommended approval and when the planning board approved the site plan in 2021. So that's the north elevation. This is the east elevation. And when you look at these, you realize why the DAP said we don't need to see this again, because you really have to look very closely to even get a sense of what the change is. And then here is the south elevation. And then finally, this is the west elevation. So again, a little bit of window placement change, a little bit of relocation on the balconies, that's it. Massing, height, setbacks all did not change at all.
Okay. Do you have, are you suggesting that with regard to deliveries and drop-offs, there's no need for anything on site?
I am suggesting that. I would say that this is an issue that, and especially for the new planning board members, we'll probably hear in connection with every urbanized development. There was discussion, and I don't know where the county ever ended up on this, within the Bethesda downtown area of creating sort of loading zones, and one of those loading zones that they were contemplating was on the north side of Edgemore. I don't know that there was ever a finalized plan for that. There are 2 loading bays within the building, and our plan is to encourage those loading bays to be used. There'll also be an on-site staff person, 40 hours a week, that can assist with any type of loading issues. But certainly, the urbanized objectives of bringing buildings up to the street is a little bit differs from trying to also provide on-site loading. The Chase was built back in the, I think, 80s. And so, their design is very different. So back then, everyone wanted a sort of cul-de-sac type configuration in front of their front door. That's not how urban buildings are being built anymore in an urbanized environment.
Okay, can I have staff answer questions regarding parking and drop-offs?
Parking and drop-offs, got it. Okay, so Katie Mencarini for the record. Loading was a big thing that we were talking about with drop-offs. This is a really important site given how the proximity it is to the metro station. So we're going to probably have demand for folks from within the building, but also there's going to be demand for people to get over to the metro station. This is a unique site also because there are separated bike lanes on both of the frontages. So we had talked about, what about having a lay-by? What about having some of these areas? But we actually create 2 additional conflict points when you put in a lay-by, and that's not good practice for an area like this. So instead, we worked with the applicant to make sure that the interior of the site where you have both a loading dock, but there's also a short-term parking space, and that is where residents are supposed to direct people, whether it's car sharing or whether it's Uber Eats or whatever it's going to be, to use that. It's just like when you order something and you put in the notes, like you should say, come to the door, this is where you're going to be. As Ms. Harris noted earlier, we also are requiring a loading management plan. That is not a code requirement. That's something that we've developed for the Bethesda area specifically, and we're starting to also bring this into Silver Spring to make sure that we're being very deliberate and thoughtful about how loading activities occur. So they had offered to have someone on staff and then also someone on demand when it's needed, if it's outside of the typical hours. That was something that both planning and MCDOT staff and they came to an agreement about. So I think that addresses loading. Does that cover any further questions on that?
I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's talk about parking. So this site is located just outside the existing parking lot district boundary. However, it is within the bounds of what was recommended as part of the Bethesda downtown district to expand that boundary. And part of the reason is because the metro station is within eye line of the front door. Okay, thank you, Saquon. And then another thing to note too, as noted by Mr. Goldstein, there is a parking garage a public parking garage very close in proximity to this area. And it has ample capacity to accommodate both residents but also visitors. This is, as noted by Ms. Harris, this is in a parking constrained area. We are actually trying to keep parking as tight as possible. They are meeting the minimum, and so we didn't have any concerns about meeting the demand for it. We also think that this is likely going to attract people who may or may not have a car, given, again, the proximity to the metro and the other bus lines that are nearby. So this is consistent with practices that we're seeing with other sites in the general vicinity, not only within this block, but also in Bethesda in general.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Do other commissioners have questions?
I have.
Oh, Commissioner Pinero?
Yeah, were they required to do a transit study? No.
Thank you for asking. This is a great question. So first of all, we do what's called an adequate public facilities analysis at the preliminary plan. So we do it before this part. And what we first do is we do look at what is the previous site and what are they proposing. And then if the delta is 50 or more net new person trips, then we'll have to do a transportation impact study. And that includes cars, bikes, pedestrians, bus. However, with one caveat. In 2020, the council adopted a new policy that says red policy areas do not need to do a motor vehicle adequacy test. So they'll still do pedestrian, bike, bus transit, and Vision Zero, but cars are not included in that. And there's a reason for that. One of the big ones is that in a red policy area, those are around metro stations and high transit areas, so it's also the Purple Line stations. Those are areas where you actually have other options besides driving, right? So way out in Olney, you may not have as many options, but here you've got the metro, you've got the bus, you can walk, you can bike. There are other ways to get around. The second issue is that a lot of times, in order to make the math work, you have to build wider and wider roads. And in urban areas, that's a competing interest for us, right? We want to keep the areas tight for pedestrians and bicyclists. I'm sorry I'm getting long-winded, but I think it's important information information to have. The last thing that I'll say is in this case, we did review the numbers both with the previous site plan and with this new amendment, and they do not reach that 50-person threshold. So they didn't have to do anything at all, but even if they did, they wouldn't be studying for cars. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, my other question is I'm a little bit confused about this 111 units.
Yes.
I mean, 65 are short-term residential renters, and we're talking about 22 co-living units. Are those part of the 35, or they're additional? I mean, you have the 65 plus the 22?
So can I just clarify that the co-living is just for our purposes, it's a multifamily unit. It's a 3-bedroom unit, it's a 4-bedroom unit. Co-living is a leasing strategy. It's not a use in the planning, in the
So
zoning.
it's not a short term?
In the zoning code. So the co-living is a marketing term for leasing. So
Okay.
for our purposes, that's just another 3 or 4-bedroom unit.
Okay.
There will be 111 multifamily dwelling units. Up to 65 of those can be used as short-term rentals. We included that because short-term rentals are a separate use in the zoning ordinance. It's a limited use. There are additional requirements that those 65 have to meet. So there's 111 total. At any one time, no more than 65 of those can be used as short-term rental, but those units, again, are, if you walked by it, it would just be another multifamily unit. So Unit 4F could be a short-term rental for 2 months, and then just a regular rental for the next year. So it's a little confusing in the way it's set up, but there are 111 multifamily units, and up to 65 can be used for this additional purpose.
So in terms of the MPDU, you came up with 17, but it's not based on the 111.
Yes, it is.
So we had a lot of discussions with the good folks at DHCA, and Chapter 25A, which is the code for MPDUs, has definitions of what counts as a dwelling unit and what doesn't. So the co-living, so a 4-bedroom unit rented to people that are not in the same family, and I'm paraphrasing DHCA, and Maggie from DHCA is on the phone to give us chapter and verse. If 4 people that aren't one family
Unrelated
use that unit,
individuals.
that's not a dwelling unit under Chapter 25A. So that unit cannot be an MPDU. So again, for our purposes, it's a 4-bedroom apartment unit, done.
Yeah.
The applicant will work with DHCA for an agreement to build, and that agreement to build will address all the possible permutations of their compliance with the 15% MPDU requirement. So they will have to, at all times, have 15% of units meeting the definition of a multifamily dwelling unit under Chapter 25A as MPDUs. If a unit does not meet that definition, it cannot be used as an MPDU.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pedumi.
You can call me Mitra. So if it is not calculated under MPDU, what about the short term? And is there a time that the commissioners or the planning board would know what would be included in the calculation of the 15% MPDU?
So again, the idea is that the applicant would be able to essentially invoke this status at any time, as long as you don't go over the number, they can sort of turn it on and turn it off at their discretion without coming back to us. We typically wouldn't, once the planning board approves a project and it's built, DHCA keeps track of compliance with the MPDU requirements. We generally don't, as a matter, for any project.
Well, the question that I have, it's just for our knowledge. It would be good that if we know that if you have a short term or if you have a co-ed living or different kind of term, what could be included in MPDU or not? I just need to learn that.
I can answer that. So
Yeah.
the short term is included in the total calculation.
Okay.
So to answer your question, and then what DHCA said to us is, even though it's included in the total calculation, we want to make sure, because it's hard for them to keep track, that the actual units, though, are designated in those units that are long-term units.
Okay, so that is a good
yes,
thing.
yes.
That helps us. That's a very good thing. The other question that I had, maybe I asked Elsa in regard to the, or maybe you in regard to the delivery of the material. One of our property owners, she had a concern in regard to the address of the loading. And she was requiring that maybe we could make it that they deliver it in the GPS when people put it in an area that it has more space for car. Is it a possibility or not?
So the planning department does issue addresses, but the addresses are, the addressing is done in coordination with the fire and rescue folks. That's where the fire coordination,
Yeah.
it's not called that, but that's on the name. The
Yeah.
fire coordination room is, so that when the fire trucks arrive, they know where to go. So that is what is going to determine the address. I think for deliveries, as Katie suggested, there are alternative solutions that we've explored with the original approval.
That totally makes sense. And I understand that that's for the question. It is more important the fire rescue get there than the food. So-
Absolutely, we agree.
I would hope they wouldn't need to get there, but that's okay.
Yeah, but at the time of emergency. She has a question, I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Bartley.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so I think we're clarified on the MPDUs. So there will be 17 no matter what the configuration of the 111 units is. That was just my point of clarification. Whether they're short-term rentals or co-living, there'll be 17 MPDUs. The other question I had was, so we've got an increase in bike parking places, is that correct? Can you describe as a both avid cyclist and the fact that this is at the corner of two bike lanes? Can you tell me a little bit about that and sort of what the parking and options are going to be there for bike parking?
So
If you know off the top of your head.
long-term bike parking will be included within the within the building.
Okay.
I believe it's on level.
It's within the building itself,
It's within the building.
external, okay.
And then we will also have a short-term bikes, 2 or 4 on the outside.
Okay.
And as a avid cyclist, I understand your interest.
Curiosity, if I'm ever down there. But that's really all for me. I wanted to clarify on the MPDUs.
Commissioner Bartley.
This is Maggie Gallagher from DHCA. I just wanted to jump in to say that currently we're requiring 14 MPDUs since the co-living don't qualify as a MPDU dwelling unit per Chapter 25A. But we are adding a clause that says if they do decide that, the co-living isn't working out and they're going to flip them into just your typical rental units, then I believe it's 4 or 5 units that they flip will then trigger another MPDU to meet that percentage requirement.
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify, was that since they're not eligible to be MPDUs themselves because they're not technically dwelling units, but they are count. If they switch back and forth between usages, they will count towards the MPDU percentage.
Correct.
That's great. All right, thank you.
Correct.
Commissioner Bartley.
Yes, I would like to thank community members Neil Goldstein, Jason Fabris, and Penny Dash for coming to express your concerns. And it's important that we hear from you all. I was wondering if, and the attorney from Lurch Early and Brewer, I didn't get your name.
Patricia Harris, Pat Harris.
Pat Harris. I was wondering if you and/or your client made any outreach with the concerned community members to see if you could address and/or abate the issues that they addressed here today. I know you went out and took video, but for me and for you as well, that would be evidence enough that their concerns aren't genuine. And so I was wondering if there's been any community outreach with regards to the concerns that these current community members have brought up. And if you've done it, what have you done?
So that's a good question. So in connection with the original site plan, we met with them several times, I would say 4 or 5 times. They actually formed a task force. Mr. Weintraub, participated in that. And then at one point, Sean, maybe you want to detail this a little bit, but at one point, the communication stopped, but that was after, there was no more communication. And then this time around, their outreach was directly to staff, and unfortunately, they never reached out to us. I was only informed of their issues via getting emails, their emails from staff. So, I mean, they knew how to reach out to us, and they never made any overtures, which was disappointing to us, given our gestures and participation the first time around.
I have a question for staff. Ms. Penny Dash pointed out a differential in the lower tower spacing. Is there any credence to that? And if you could contribute to our understanding with regards to that issue, that'd be great.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So with the original site plan review, there was some discussion about the tower separation definition. But the plan that is before you is the plan, or the footprint that is before you is the one that the design advisory panel recommended met the design excellence requirements, and is the building footprint that the planning board approved. So while at that time there was some discussion, it did not sway the design advisory panel or the planning board at the time to change the footprint. So the discussion she's mentioning was with the March 21 plan. So it's not relevant to today's amendment.
I'm sorry, just what happened to the March 21 plan that got changed?
No, so during the deliberation of the site plan application,
Right.
there is, in the design guidelines, there's a tower separation, recommendation. And the DAP reviewed this project, I want to say 2 or 3 times over the course of its initial approval, and there was some question about sort of tower separation, building face to building face versus where the property line falls. So as I recall, the property line is, does this show the property line is not clear on this. It's close to one of the buildings, and I can't remember which one. It looks like it's adjacent, maybe it's close to the Chase.
Also, this building's face online, and then the Chase building would be the dark line to the south of it, if you pull up the previous image.
So is the property line there where it says adjacent property transformers? There's a dashed line there. Is that the property line?
It's to the north of that. It's the dark line that has a annotation below it. If you move your cursor up, yeah, right there. That's the property line.
So at that time, there was some question about the relationship of the property line to the building or the building face to the building. That question was answered and settled by the previous design advisory panel, by the previous planning board. So that is not an open question for us today.
Anyone else? I would mention just a couple of really technical things. Short-term rentals is something that's really going to be regulated by licensing. The requirements there are for essentially owner-occupied or a resident designated there. And then having short-termers with that designated residence. You're prepared for all that?
So I'm glad you asked that. In an effort to be totally transparent and knowing that the neighbors were focused on this project, we wanted to be fully transparent of what may be proposed. So we recognize that someone living here may decide, you know what, I'm going to Florida for 2 months and I'm going to rent out my unit 4F, to use Elsa's example of a unit. And they would be allowed to do that because they own that particular unit, they're leaving, and they're going to do a short-term rental for 2 months. The code allows that. Or if someone has a two-bedroom and they decide, you know what, I want to rent out my second bedroom to someone, they can do that. And we recognize, because it's a limited use within the CR zone, that requirement, that is part of the requirement. So we understand that. The approval allows for up to 65. There may be none. I mean, it's really going to be, would an individual owner select to do that?
So you're planning on being condominium, so each individual owner would?
No, I'm sorry, it's rental. But
You're-
it says either rent.
You can be a designated
Yes.
renter, but really a full-time occupant of that unit. Wow. I mean, it really is a subsequent event that somebody has to qualify for. You're
understand
not
that
going.
comment.
I cannot see how you could qualify as the owner that said, "I'm going to have 65 short-term renters," because you need to be an occupant. I had a little bit to do with this section of code.
Yes, and I don't know, hold on, I don't know if I have the exact language of the limited use requirement in front of me.
I think it's 333.1.
Right.
And we did have some, so the Department of Permitting Services would be enforcing this provision, and we did have some discussions with them and with the applicant, and I think the applicant appreciates that they would need to meet the requirements in the zoning code in order to be able to have this use as conditioned.
So-
I believe that's the bottom line.
Right,
Is
if
that-
the property owner or owner authorized resident, so owner authorized resident. So a contractual, if I'm renting a unit, I'm an owner authorized resident, I have a contractual relationship, I have a property interest in that unit.
As long as they agree. I'm glad I'm not doing the licensing here. I think Commissioner Bartley has another question first.
Ms. Dash, you raised your hand, and I wasn't sure if you had an additional comment you wanted to add. Thanks.
Briefly. I just want to clarify, the tower separation was approved at site plan, but my point was that it was based, the DAP did not approve the current site plan separation distance. But former Chair Anderson, when developer finally at site plan said, oh, we made a mistake before the DAP, it's really narrower than we had written, and we got approval from the DAP, it's smaller. Chair Anderson said, oh, whatever, basically, and then he let it go through. So I was trying to make the point that a developer who makes a mistake before the DAP should not be rewarded with allowing this to go forward. It was decided at site plan, but it was still a faulty process at that time, and here we are again. So I wanted to bring to your attention that it's now narrower than what the DAP approved, and I wanted to know that you could do something about it to preserve integrity of the process. With respect to reaching out and having discussions, we had many discussions before site plan about the address change, and it seems to be such an easy thing that could be required to change the address to a Woodmont address. I'm sure Ms. Harris could get the fire department on board and permitting services. They're already in flux in designing the lobby because they're moving the bicycles out of the lobby floor. They haven't finally decided the lobby layout. And wherever the fire department says they should have the fire access room, they could either keep it where it is or move it to Woodmont. I mean, it's not a burden on them to make this change, but it would alleviate the Edgemore problem. And it's great that there are a couple of minutes where there aren't cars on Edgemore. But yesterday, there were 5 cars parked in front of no parking signs on Edgemore. So it is a problem. And so those are the 2 things that I wanted to say today. Thank you for giving me another opportunity.
Thank you. I mean, we are in charge of addresses. Does staff have an opinion on whether it should be on Woodmont.
I'm not sure the planning board is in charge of residences. Planning staff is in charge of residences. It's the intake and regulatory
Well,
coordination.
maybe we have some influence with staff here, or particularly if we put it as an approval of a site plan.
I mean, I don't think we have a, Katie, do we have a particular, I don't think we have a particular perspective other than not wanting to tie the hands of the fire and rescue folks to, to put it where they think it needs to be for safety.
Well, how about we ask staff to investigate that possibility?
I mean, the addressing is done sort of at the permitting stage, so it'll be some time from now before they submit their permit. So it might be 6 months to a year before that decision is made. I think we could include a condition that encourages coordination or encourages investigation.
In the site plan approval. I mean, it's the only,
yes,
it's the only place we have.
Yes. I'm
place
looking to Ally.
And we have no issue with that kind of condition. I mean, we've said all along, we're willing to do what we can. The problem is, it's not really an issue that gets effectuated to permitting. And so, and if for some reason we can't get the fire department, we didn't want a condition that.
Got it.
So best efforts condition or something like that. I mean, we have conveyed to the Chase that we would work with them on that issue at the appropriate time.
All right, how about we add a condition that the planning staff work to determine whether a Woodmont Avenue address is feasible?
I think you probably want to condition the applicant to coordinate with planning staff to, in good faith, explore address on, no, not on.
Woodmont Avenue.
On Edgemont.
Yeah. Ally Myers, for the
it's on
record, just
Edgemont
to.
now.
The only thing I would say is if the condition can incorporate the fire department, with ultimate determination by the fire department or something, so that.
Yes, if I could just jump in really quickly, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, just want to emphasize, just in terms of writing the language for this condition, in terms of the street addressing and street names, in this instance, particularly with street addressing, it's really the fire department that really will have the determination in terms of what's going to be feasible. So I just want to make sure that whatever is drafted clarifies that.
The applicant will work with the fire department and staff to determine the appropriate address. How's that? Everybody got it? Is the rest of the board okay with that? Okay, that would be another condition. The other thing I would say before we get going is you have short-term rental, I think it's condition 21, but there might not be any short-term rental. So you should say any short-term for any short-term rental, the development must comply with the limited use standards. They don't have to comply with the limited use standards if you're not doing it. Okay? And the other wordsmithing thing I have is that in the first condition, I hate in accordance with. How about under? I also hate within, but, so never mind that. Or prior to is the other, my other, there you go. Before works for me. Anybody else have anything to say? I'll entertain a motion. Anybody?
I will move to approve the site plan with the conditions expressed.
If we could start with the preliminary plan
The
amendment
preliminary
approval.
plan, sorry. So I move to approve the preliminary plan with the edits we just discussed.
And I second it.
Okay, and that's specifically to change it to 111 units. Anybody else have anything to say? No. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There's nobody to oppose. All right, so now we move to the site plan to which there are amendments. Can I have a motion, please?
You move to approve the site plan
As amended?
as amended?
Okay.
Seconded.
And staff understands all the amendments? Yes. Okay. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 There's nobody to oppose. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
and thank you for coming. Good afternoon. It's still March 9th, 2023, and it's still the planning board in beautiful downtown Wheaton. I was going to say Silver Spring, just to tell you how old everybody. This is really that. We're on item 7. This is a proposed zoning text amendment that we might want to pursue with the council. This is the Bethesda Overlay Zone Development Plan Procedure Extensions. I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy, and I just wanted to take a quick moment to welcome our 3 new board members. You'll be seeing a lot of my team over the next few months, but we're here today to talk about a zoning text amendment, and at the indulgence of the chair and vice chair, I would like to just have Mr. Berbert here take a couple of slides to talk about what a zoning text amendment is and how it works in the process so that we can all be on the same page. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Berbert.
All right, thank you. For the record, Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. As said, we're here to discuss a proposed ZTA with the Bethesda Overlay Zone. To get back to what a ZTA is, a ZTA, zoning text amendment, if you haven't noticed, we love acronyms, the planning department, is the mechanism which any change is made to the text of Chapter 59. Doesn't matter what you're changing. It could be adding a period that was missing, or it could be a complete new policy. They're all ZTAs, and they all go through a similar process. Where did they get their start? I feel like I need like a little gif of like, I'm a bill. A ZTA in its formal form is always technically introduced by the council. Sometimes they come directly from a council member. Sometimes they come from the executive branch at the behest of the county executive. And sometimes they come from us as the planning board and then are introduced by council. Looking at the ZTA process, this is kind of a little bit of a flow chart we created, sort of outlining how this works. The council member kind of direct introduction process starting on the top in red. You can see if the planning board requests the ZTA, that's going to be the middle track in blue. And if it's coming from the executive branch, that's the branch below in yellow. The main thing I'd kind of point out is when the planning board requests the ZTA, we have this sort of discussion today to get your approval to transmit the ZTA and send it to council so they can catch up within the council track. Once the district council actually introduces the ZTA, doesn't matter how it got introduced, it will continue along that same track. As the planning board, we then have to have a hearing on the introduced ZTA. So if you do vote today to recommend introduction of this ZTA, once it's introduced, I'll be back before you to say, congratulations, it got in. We actually then give our sort of formal comments at that point, both from sort of the land use zoning perspective. Now we also do the perspective of the climate assessment that gets added to that. The board will then transmit its comments back to the council. They have their own public hearing on the matter. There are one or multiple committee work sessions to discuss everything they've heard and any changes they may want to make. The then full district council has sort of its final meeting or more, again, depending on how complicated this is, and they ultimately give their vote yay, nay, with or without amendments. The procedures themselves are laid out in Chapter 59 under Section 724. Again, this is sort of where it says the board must kind of have a role in this. The planning director must publish that staff report a week before the planning board has its hearing on those recommendations. And then we have up until the district council public hearing to transmit our recommendations. Again, I'll put a pin in that with the climate assessments that we now also transmit. Those are actually due to the council a week before the hearing. And so we're kind of caught in this timeline limbo right now. So right now we're actually trying to transmit everything 7 days prior to the council's public hearing. Maybe or maybe not more on that to come. And then again, we're usually involved in the sort of follow-up work sessions that occur once these things get through their public hearing at the district council. So with that said, we're here to talk about a...
Before you move on, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record, just wanted to pick up on something that Ben mentioned related to climate assessments. As you may or may not be aware, the County Council passed a law last year that requires climate assessments to be produced either by the Office of Legislative Oversight for every bill that's introduced, and for zoning text amendments and for master plans when they are transmitted to the county council, the planning board has to produce those climate assessments. For the planning board, the planning department does those. And so with zoning text amendments, because there's a very short turnaround, those are, again, the climate assessment has to be transmitted when the planning board's comments are sent to the county council. And then for the planning board draft of a master plan, when that is transmitted to the county council, there's a climate assessment that has to go with that too. So just wanted to provide that background.
And just to clarify, the reason you're not seeing one today is because this is requesting the introduction of the ZTA. We would actually do the climate assessment on this ZTA when and if the council were to introduce it formally and send it back to us.
Do you have to do an equity assessment also in addition to the climate assessment?
No, the Office of Legislative Oversight is responsible for doing racial equity and social justice impact statements for ZTAs per the county's racial equity law. The climate assessment law it's a separate law, and it replaced an existing requirement that applied previously just to master plans to do a carbon footprint analysis. So this is sort of an updated version of that prior requirement, which again was transmitted when master plans were transmitted. The planning board draft of master plans were transmitted to the county council. The council took a more broader perspective and applied this climate assessment requirement for all introduced bills, introduced ETAs, and master plans when they're transmitted. But to answer your question, no, we're not responsible for that.
So today, planning staff is recommending that the board will transmit a draft zoning text amendment, which was attached in your packet, to the district council and request introduction of this ZTA. The purpose of this ZTA would provide a one-year extension to the, I don't want to call them validity periods per se, but sort of to the deadlines that occur within the Bethesda overlay zone, that projects that utilize the Bethesda overlay zone or BOS density, they have up to 2 years to apply and have accepted with DPS the core and shell building permit. Again, this is actually something you've heard with the previous application. It is an application that is in the Bethesda overlay zone and was utilizing BOS density. What this would do is grant a one-year automatic extension to sort of that validity window. This is not terribly dissimilar to a lot of the validity period extensions that have been done over the years in the subdivision regulation for preliminary plan validity extensions, 4 of which that were done after the economic downturn in 2009. There was another one done recently, kind of as a we don't know what COVID's going to do to the economy sort of downturn. We don't normally do these in Chapter 59 for site plans because site plans generally don't have their own expiration date attached to them. This is something that is kind of unique to the Bethesda overlay zone. I'm going to just go through this very quickly because it was covered in the previous presentation you saw. But the Bethesda overlay zone is one of the many overlay zones in the zoning ordinance with the primary purpose to implement the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Plan recommendations. One of the elements of the Bethesda overlay zone is this idea of BOS density, which allows certain projects that utilize all of their mapped FAR and make park impact payments to have additional density beyond what is mapped on the ground. Just as sort of a little footnote, the way this works is back in 2017, there was about 23.1 million square feet of density in the Bethesda Downtown Plan area. That master plan, through study of its adequate public facilities, found that up to 32.4 million square feet of development could be satisfied in downtown Bethesda, creating a 9.2 and change million square feet sort of gap that was left to build. And so what the plan did is it created a bit of a competitive market so that as applicants came in, not only could they come in for what the maximum zoning allotment was, they could come in for additional density, making those payments. And we are now tracking the development as it's going through, making sure that we do not issue permits for anything that's in excess of that 32.4 million total. Because this does create a bit of a competitive market, or really a first come, first serve for development. The whole reason that there was this 2-year cap that you had to get a building permit by then is we didn't want applicants coming in, getting approval, and then sitting for 8, 10, 12 years on this approval and not doing anything, knowing that there was a whole row of other applications right behind them that were maybe ready to break ground now and wouldn't be able to if all the density were used up in front of them. Just as a quick aside, the Bethesda overlay zone boundary, it's equitable to the actual boundary of the downtown Bethesda plan. So what we're really focusing on today is subsection D of section 492D4. This is the specific subsection that contains the language talking about when and how you have to pull these building permits. And so the area yellow highlighted, the applicant must have a building permit application accepted by the Department of Permitting Services, includes core and shell of the principal building within 2 years of the date of the planning board's resolution. This is what I think the ZTA is targeting the change for. And so what the proposed ZTA would do is take that whole subsection and at the bottom in red, adding a section stating, notwithstanding the foregoing, any site plan using BOS density that was valid on effective date of the ZTA, the deadline to have a building permit that includes the core and shell of the principal building accepted by the Department of Permitting Services is automatically extended by 1 year. And so this was crafted in a way that it doesn't forever make that a 3-year allotment for applicants. It's basically just the applications that are in line now, and we believe there's 6 of them that this could potentially affect, would potentially have that extra year. Again, part of the reason to do this is kind of one of the only areas that we actually have these sort of time constraints on getting site plans applied for. There's a pretty limited scope in who this would affect. Again, it's just those applications that are currently approved but haven't made it to building permit yet and are still within their 2-year window. And sort of the reason that we've heard from the development community as to why this is something we should consider doing, and I think this is not news to anybody, with the rise of inflation for building costs, labor, materials, and even more recently, a lot of the interest rate hikes have sort of made a lot of projects that made a lot of sense 6-9 months ago even are really starting to run into problems. And so staff thinks this is not a unreasonable request to make, particularly because we are only offering 1 year of extended time, so we're not completely abandoning the intent of the Bethesda overlay zone. And I think, because there is still remaining BOS density, it's not like we're running up against a cap now that's likely to be breached. The last check that we did of the 9.2 million square feet that was identified in 2017, about 3 million of that is actually built and occupied. About 3.9 million of that is approved but not built, so it's actually the projects that would potentially be able to extend this. And there's about 2.25 million square feet of density that remains. And based on all of the past projections that we've seen, we're not going to go through that in 1 year's time, although we are starting to get close to that number. And the other thing I want to note is the reason we're targeting that sort of first deadline of getting that permit accepted by Department of Permitting Services rather than the second deadline, which is then having the permit pulled, is usually if you're going to run into an issue with your financing and your team, it's going to be in that first deadline. So the next steps, again, would be to transmit this draft ZTA to the District Council, requesting its introduction. And as we kind of ran through before, District Council would then introduce the ZTA. I'll be back before you a few weeks after that to have a second hearing on the matter, in which we would transmit our official comments at that point. Council will hold its hearing. There will be subsequent work sessions, and then there will be a full council action. So as a reminder with that, staff is recommending the board transmit that draft ZTA that's attached to provide that 1 year extension to the deadlines given within the Bethesda overlay zone to apply for that first building permit. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so now having been appointed by the council, we're asking the council to do something. So it's only fair that they put us to work, so we put them to work. Do I have any comments, Commissioner Pinero?
Yeah, let me ask a question. Why are we doing this? I understand why we're doing it for Bethesda because of development pressures, whatever. But the issue of the higher cost of construction, the interest rate, it applies to other overlay zones. Can you comment on why don't we do it to all overlay zones?
The Bethesda overlay zone is the only one that requires you to pull permit within 2 years of site plan approval.
Oh, really? Okay.
None of the other overlays do this because they don't have that limited density cap that they're pulling from.
Okay, so we don't have another one that, like Silver Spring, or there's no issue? Okay. All right, thank you.
Did you receive this request from developers? Do you have a lot of developers that are anxiously waiting for that? And do you know that if you extend it, how much relief you provide to the percentage of the development that is waiting to happen, but they cannot make it?
So the concern was brought to us by the development community. It's hard to forecast whether 1 year is going to be enough relief for them or not. I think we're hesitant to offer more than a year because we don't want to stray too far from the intent of the Bethesda overlay zone, because there still may be other projects that even in the more constrained market that we're in that can move forward. And if you start extending it 2 or 3 years, I think you really do run the risk that this would extend into actually reaching the cap of the Bethesda overlay zone density. And so I think we were willing to entertain 1 year as a sort of fair, it gives them more time to figure out their next step. And if it still doesn't work, then, the intent would be that they would lose their approval.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bartlett.
Can you go to the slide with the amended language that was in red type? So this is an automatic extension without application?
Correct. This is the same way that the validity periods for APF as well as plan validity have been handled in the past on the preliminary plan side. It's sort of it's the way the council has done this in the past, where they've just said anybody who is still valid can take advantage of this. I can't opine onto why that is the direction council's always taken, but it is what they've taken.
So instead of adding that sentence, why wouldn't it just say within 3 years of the Department of Permitting Services accepting the building permit?
Because that would change this provision going forward indefinitely. By having effective date of the ZTA, it provides relief for people who are in the pipeline right this minute during the sort of economic crunch that we're in. If we get through this and the economy kind of rebounds, I don't think we want to have 3 years as an ongoing provision. We really want to get back to that too as soon as we can.
Anybody? Commissioner?
Yeah, just one quick question. The 9.2 million square feet, that's residential only, right? Not residential?
It's all FAR.
It's all FAR. Okay, just curious. Thanks. Otherwise, no.
Seeing no further questions, do we want to do this or not? Do I hear a motion?
I move to accept the proposed ZTA for submission to the county council.
And I will second that.
Do you have more discussion? No. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, 0. I can count that. Thank you very much. Do we have to pause again? We have to pause again. Okay, the next time you'll hear the chair's voice, you'll hear voices in the background too. But in any event, it's March 9th, 2023. We are still on item 8, or actually we're getting to item 8. This is 14511 Jones Lane, Lot 23, preliminary plan number 1, 1996-072A. It's Forest Conservation Plan Amendment. We have staff to take us through.
Yes, good afternoon. Mary Jo Kister with the Up County Planning Division. And nice to meet you all, and I'm happy to be here today to present. This is, as the chair mentioned, this is Preliminary Plan Amendment 1, 1996-072A. It's known as 14511 Jones Lane, Lot 23. This is a request to amend the final forest conservation plan only that is associated with the preliminary plan 1, 1999-60720. It is a request to abandon a 0.05 acre or a little over 2,300 square foot Category 1 conservation easement. There's no land disturbance proposed as part of this application, and it's strictly to amend the forest conservation plan to remove a small conservation easement. To orient you, the property is shown on this slide outlined in red. It is located on Jones Lane, approximately 1,100 feet north of its intersection with Turkey Foot Road, and it's in North Potomac. The property is surrounded by R200 zoned residential development. And this is a closer look at the site, again outlined in red. It's Lot 23. It's approximately 0.46 acres in size, and it's improved with an existing house and a driveway access off Jones Lane on the south side of the lot. It's zoned R200, and there are no environmentally sensitive features on the property. The applicant has satisfied all the community outreach requirements, including sign posting and noticing requirements. We have not received any community correspondence related to the application. And a little history on it. Preliminary Plan 1, 1996-0720 was approved in 1996 to create these two lots shown here. It includes Lot 23, which is the subject property. And at that time of the subdivision, the house existed, and it remained as it is today. And it also created Lot 22, which is a flag lot shown here in the rear. As part of that subdivision, there was a forest conservation plan that had a planting requirement of 0.14 acres that was to be met on site, and it included a Category 1 conservation easement that's outlined in green on the properties, and it crossed over the two lots. The application today is to amend the final forest conservation plan. Again, there's no disturbance proposed. And the applicant would like to abandon the portion of the conservation easement that exists on their lot, which is highlighted in the yellow hatch pattern on this screen. And to mitigate for that removal, they are proposing to pay fee in lieu into our Forest Conservation Fund at a ratio of 2 to 1. So to remove the 0.05 acres, they would pay the equivalent fee for 0.10 acres. The application does satisfy Chapter 22A, the Montgomery County Forest Conservation Law. This existing Category 1 conservation easement does not protect any forest or environmentally sensitive features. It does not meet the minimum size criteria for the definition of forest, which is 10,000 square feet. And it does not conform to the current Planning Board policy to not accept conservation easements on lots less than 2 acres in size. And it's for these reasons that staff is supporting the removal of this easement. In addition, the application conforms to Section 22A-12G2 of the Forest Conservation Law, which basically allows for an applicant to make a fee in lieu payment to the Forest Conservation Fund if they demonstrate that the reforestation requirement is less than a half acre, which this is, and the Planning Board finds that there's no priority planting area present on site or other appropriate planting areas available on site. And those areas are typically stream buffers and steep slopes, things of that nature. And none of those exist on this lot. We do have minor revisions to conditions of approval. Condition number 8 and 9 have the same revision, and it's to add the language that's underlined here on this screen, and it's basically just clarifying that it's the preliminary plan amendment number in front of the actual plan number. And that's the same for both of these conditions. Otherwise, the content of the conditions is the same and as written in the staff report. Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan amendment 1/1996-072A with conditions as amended in this presentation. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing with no public testimony. No one signed up for public testimony. I know the applicant's attorney is online if we have questions for her, an old compatriot, Michelle Rosenfeld as well. Any questions?
I do have a
Mr. Pritchett?
question. In reading the proposal, this is the desired remedy is so that a fence can be installed, not a new structure like a building or dwelling place, correct?
Right. The applicant they have a dog. It's my understanding they have a dog that they would like to be able to run free, and they want a fence in the yard. And there's actually nothing, I don't know because it's so old. I believe the plantings may have occurred that were required at the time of the subdivision, but that was back in 1996. I've been out to the property. There's like one pine tree growing there. So when they purchased the property in 2020, it existed as it does today. So it's not protecting anything. Yeah, they're not planning anything other than to fence the yard for their dog to roam free and not be encumbered by an easement.
Could the eventuality be the construction of a new dwelling place if we grant this?
No, it's just a recorded lot that allows one dwelling unit, and if they were to propose something else, like tear down the existing house and build something new, they would be subject to sediment control, and they'd come back in here for forest conservation, and we'd be back here, and you'd be reviewing that as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Yes.
Just out of curiosity, so I noticed on the figure 1 that you have, there's been a couple of other easements around there that have been abandoned previously. Was it for similar situations, or was there, do you know off the top of your head? It's not.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I just noticed
But yes,
several of those.
there have been other easement removals. And one of the reasons, and I can kind of go into that just for your knowledge, the current planning board policy is not to put easements on lots less than 2 acres. And over time and experience, we've learned that they tend to fail, they tend to get encroached upon, homes change hands, a variety of reasons. People may want to clean it up. You're not supposed to do that sort of thing, and it becomes a burden on the homeowners. They don't often have a usable area, usable backyard, which they all would desire, and a burden on our staff, our inspection staff, when they're trying to monitor and keep track of these things. So this is old. We wouldn't accept this today. It's just kind of cleaning up, I guess. And the Forest Conservation Fund, those monies are used to plant in more appropriate areas where we'd get for environmental reasons.
Any other comments or questions? There's a limit that we can only speak one word for every square foot of action we're taking. So we're limited to 2,000 feet here. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the 14511 Jones Lane, Lot 23 preliminary plan amendment number.
Forest Conservation Amendment.
What?
It's a Forest Conservation.
Forest Conservation Plan Amendment.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nobody opposed?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. See that? You spoke less than 2,000 words always.
Thank you.
I did.
All right, thank you very much. We have to pause again. Good afternoon. Welcome to the last item on today's March 9th, 2023 Planning Board agenda. This is item 9, Preston Place Preliminary Plan 1/2022-0130 and Site Plan number 8/2022-0180. I'll turn it over to staff first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon and welcome new members to the board. Happy to have you here. For the record, my name's Adam Bossi. I'm with the Down County Planning Team. Today, I'm happy to be here this afternoon with staff's presentation for Preston Place and Lake Apartments development proposal. So there's actually 2 regulatory applications under consideration with this proposal, the preliminary plan and site plan that the chair just mentioned. In general, the preliminary plan proposes the lots and parcels as well as some of the basic underlying components of the development per the subdivision ordinance. The site plan provides the detailed design for the proposed development. Collectively, the 2 applications are proposing a 2-phase development of 147 new townhouses and their associated infrastructure. There are a lot of pieces to this proposal, so I'm going to cover them fairly quickly and maybe a little broadly, so please feel free to ask questions. The site of today's proposal is 2 non-contiguous tracts of land on the south side of Manor Road in Chevy Chase Lake. As you can see on the image on the right here, we refer to the 2 tracts as Phase 1 and Phase 2. Combined, these properties have an area of about 12.6 acres. The site is east of Connecticut Avenue and not far south of the Capitol Beltway. The image on the lower left side of the slide is a portion of the Purple Line light rail alignment with the site's location highlighted. The site we're speaking about today is within walking distance of a new Purple Line station that is under development near Connecticut Avenue. Looking in a little closer at the neighborhood here, the site is bound by Manor Road to the north with an elementary school and single-family homes beyond. The Capitol Crescent Trail and Purple Line corridor bound the site to the south. The Chevy Chase Muse townhouse condos are located in between the Phase 1 and Phase 2 areas. Abutting the east side of Phase 2 is Copeland Run and its associated forested stream valley. To the west of Phase 1 is Chevy Chase Lake Block B development, which is under construction. Block B is where the new Purple Line station is planned. You can see with the little purple star on the map here. Speaking of the Block B development, the top photo here is of the frontage of Manor Road with Chevy Chase Block B shown in the image here. This and the rest of the images here are of active or recently completed development projects around the new Purple Line station in Chevy Chase Lake. You can get a sense of that with the little key map here on the right. As you can see, it's a busy neighborhood for new development. And these photos I took earlier this week, just walking quickly through them. We saw the Block B one. Number 2 there is the new Purple Line bridge that was installed sometime last year. Number 3 on the west side of Connecticut Ave is Crescent at Chevy Chase. That's a new multifamily building. Number 4 is the Lindy, also a new multifamily building, and then the Chevy Chase Lake Townhomes on Chevy Chase Lake Drive. Shown here, most of the site is in the R30 zone. The far eastern edge of the Phase 2 area is in the R60 zone. This is illustrated in the top image on the slide. The site is within the area the subject of the 2013 Chevy Chase Lake Sector Plan. The lower image is from the sector plan, and it does show the overall vision for the area, which focuses on the area around that new Purple Line station. That's roughly shown in the shades of blue here surrounding the intersection of the Purple Line on Connecticut Avenue. The Phase 1 area of the subject site is located directly adjacent to, but outside of this blue markated station area. The sector plan does not make specific recommendations for the subject site as it does for the sites nearest the Purple Line station. However, it does speak to the area of today's proposal serving as a transition between the dense development nearest the Purple Line, think Chevy Chase Lake Block B, and the single-family home neighborhoods that are located to the east. The sector plan does include general recommendations that focus on preserving community character, enhancing tree canopy, and environmental features, including Copeland Run and its stream valley. The plan does recommend creating a pedestrian and bicyclist path along Copeland Run, really from Jones Bridge Road to Rock Creek Park. This Copeland Run path is shown as the brown arrow pointing northwest to southeast on that right side image. A portion of this path is located adjacent to the Phase 2 area. I do also want to note here that well, not visible on this image, there is a recommendation in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan for new bike lane to be provided along Manor Road. As is discussed in the staff report, it was determined during the review of Chevy Chase Block B that that bike lane should be provided along the north side of Manor Road and not on the south side abutting the subject site. Existing on site today in the Phase 1 area are the Lake Apartments. These are a series of low-rise apartment buildings with a total of 67 units that staff understands have been largely vacated at this point. The picture outlined in red is of the apartment site. On the Phase 2 area is the existing Preston Place development. This includes 66 townhouse units arranged in around a loop driveway. It's our understanding that these units are occupied and intended to remain so until the applicant is prepared to move forward with Phase 2. A photo of Preston Place is outlined here in blue. In total, there's 133 existing units across both sites, and in addition to the buildings, both sites include surface parking lots, open lawn areas, trees. There are multiple mature canopy trees internal to the properties, as well as along the site's Manor Road frontage. So the proposal in front of the board today is the two-phase redevelopment of the Lake Apartments and Preston Place townhomes. Phase 1 of the project is the redevelopment of the Lake Apartments site, and this is outlined in red here on this slide. Phase 2 will redevelop Preston Place, outlined in blue. I'll speak to some of the details about each phase in some of the upcoming slides, but want to talk first to some of the design features that apply to the overall proposal here. And I mentioned there's a total of 147 new townhouse units proposed. That's 14 more units than currently exist across the two sites. That 147 new unit number is inclusive of 23 moderately priced dwelling units. And there are currently no moderately priced dwelling units that exist on these properties. Each townhouse stick or block of attached units includes between 3 and 9 townhomes. All units will include garages. The front facade design for rear-loaded units is in the upper image here on the left side of the slide, and the lower building images of the front-loaded townhouses. Rear-loaded units are generally provided along Manor Road and internal to both sites. Most of the rear-loaded units do front on landscape common open spaces. Front-loaded units are provided along the western and southern bounds of each site, as well as along the east side of Phase 2. I noted here on the slide community character, connectivity, open space, and trees. The preservation of neighborhood character, enhancing pedestrian and bicyclist infrastructure, and protecting and improving tree canopy, natural resources, and open space are key considerations of the sector plan that staff does feel that this proposal does embrace. It does so with the overall design being in line with what's allowed in the zone and envisioned by the sector plan regarding the type and density of the development that's envisioned. It does provide a transition from high-density development, again happening nearest the purple line, to low-density development of those single-family neighborhoods to the east. And this is in line with the sector plan's vision. Units here are laid out to frame open spaces, allow for views in and out of the property from Manor Road, and provide for common open spaces as well as a well-connected system of sidewalks and paths. This includes 2 new connections between Manor Road and the Capitol Crescent Trail, as well as a pedestrian pathway that will span between Phase 1 and Phase 2 along the south side of the Muse property. That's indicated here by that kind of funny-shaped blue outlined area at the bottom of Phase 2. So again, that path will connect all 3 properties and provide a means for the Muse residents to actually access those 2 new connections to Manor Road and the Capitol Crescent Trail. The timing for the completion of the Muse path and connections to the Capitol Crescent Trail from both phases are really dependent on the Purple Line's work in these areas. They have some work that will take place on the south side of the Muse property that would need to occur before that path could go in. And certainly their work with the Capitol Crescent Trail would need to be coordinated with any connection to it. You'll see some of these items I mentioned in a little bit more detail as we move forward. Here, the building architecture is really well thought out, and quality facade designs are provided. New canopy trees are proposed in common areas in both phases and along private streets and open spaces internal to the site. The project will improve the Manor Road frontage with a new wider sidewalk from the west side of Phase 1 all the way easterly to the Jones Bridge Road intersection with Manor Road. New canopy trees are proposed on the south side of the frontage area at Manor Road, with shorter ornamental trees to be provided in a buffer strip between the sidewalk and roadway. The application and recommended conditions of approval in the staff report do place a focus on retaining as many existing canopy trees along the site's Manor Road frontage as possible. So looking across both sites again, vehicular access is going to be provided from Manor Road with 1 point of access to Phase 1 and 2 points to Phase 2. Private roads, alleys, and sidewalks are provided internal to the development. And you can see the 2 Manor Road Capitol Crescent Trail connections on the east side of each phase here. Those are marked with a yellow dashed line. You can also see that connector path on the Muse property again. Mentioned before, common open space is provided, and it does include some centrally located open space within each of the phases, as well as some larger areas along the eastern sides of both phases that coincide with the connector pathways. You can see here with the rear-loaded units that, again, are really internal to each site, and along Manor Road, they are fronting on open spaces. You can also see here that the open space areas are to be well planted and landscaped. On the Phase 2 area on the right side of the image, I do want to point out there is another pedestrian connection that I didn't mention before that's fairly easy to see on this slide. If you look at the southwest corner of Phase 2, there is a pedestrian pathway that comes up from that corner that's going to move up into the center of the site and then across about midway through to connect with the Muse path there. Move in between groups of townhouses. We'll see this path featured in some of the upcoming illustrative images. Speaking to the preliminary plan, it does request to create the lots and parcels to support the development of the 147 townhouses and associated infrastructure, such as the private roads and open spaces. And it does include some additional requests for waivers, variances, a variance, and extended validity periods. The waiver request is for residential roads paralleling railroad tracks, and staff does support this waiver request. Essentially here, the southern portions of the private roads in Phase 1 and 2 are about 90 to 100 feet from the future Purple Line track location, and it's really not feasible for the applicant to provide the 160-foot separation without a significant reduction in the scale of their development. As I previously noted, the scale that is proposed now is in line with what the sector plan does envision for the area. On the lower part of the slide, we have the variance request. This is a variance request under the Forest Conservation Act for specimen tree impacts. Staff here with the applicant worked pretty hard to limit impacts and ensure mitigation is provided for any of those specimen trees that are removed or impacted from construction. Staff is supportive of the variance request, and there is a detailed discussion about this on starting around page 45 in the staff report. Regarding the request for extended validity periods, the preliminary plan requests an extended validity period of 6 years. This is in line with the phasing plan that was provided for the application. This validity period would be a year longer than the typical 5 years of subdivision. The subdivision provisions allow for a single-phase project. So staff is supportive of the request here. The preliminary plan also requests an extended 9-year validity period for adequate public facilities findings. There's typically a 5-year validity period for these. The longer validity period here is requested to accommodate the phased nature of the project over a longer period of time. And the rationale to support that is tied to economic uncertainties and complexities, tied to the future completion of the Purple Line and reopening of the Capitol Crescent Trail. And staff is supportive of the extended validity period for the adequate public facilities findings as well. The site plan proposes the development of the townhouses themselves and associated infrastructure under the MPDU optional method of development for residential zones. So moderately priced dwelling units are entered into the Department of Housing and Community Affairs Affordable Housing Program. The applicant and Housing and Community Affairs do enter into a separate agreement to this point, as the board heard earlier today. Here, the applicant is providing 23 MPDU units, which does meet the requirements for the site and the zone. Looking at Phase 1 in a little bit more detail, again, this will redevelop the Lake Apartment site with 63 new townhouse units. Front-loaded units, again, are shown along the west and south sides of the site, with rear-loaded units making up the rest of those provided. On the east side of the site, we see that landscape pedestrian pathway with benches and other amenities, again, that will provide a publicly accessible connection between Manor Road and the Capitol Crescent Trail. The existing sidewalk on the south side of Manor Road is to be replaced with a wider one and across the entire frontage area and over to the Phase 2 area. That's represented with the extension of the red demarcation line at the top right corner of the slide there. New canopy tree plantings are represented by the green circles that we see here, and shorter ornamental trees are represented by the pink ones. You'll notice wherever it's feasible, canopy trees are provided, and along more restricted spaces such as the alleyways and directly along Manor Road, ornamental trees are being provided. Phase 2 will redevelop Preston Place with 84 new townhouses and include those elements previously discussed, such as private roads, alleys, sidewalks, etc. Here, the frontage improvements will run along the frontage of this property all the way down to Jones Bridge Road and include a similar planting design in the wider sidewalks. The path along Copeland Run is that connection that's recommended by the sector plan. Here, the applicant has actually brought that path out of the stream valley and onto their property, which we think is really a great and wonderful thing. So they have elected to provide that as part of this project, which we think is pretty awesome. On slide 17, so this is just an illustrative image and a smaller section drawing of that Copeland Run path. It's placed between the rear of units on the east side of Phase 2 and the forested stream valley. The rear units that face the path have been designed with balconies and backyards, and they do allow for that visual interplay between the spaces. They've also been designed with decorative fences and landscaping. Those treatments, along with the grade separation between the path and the backyards, really do help define and separate the publicly accessible path space and private yards of the owners. So the design is such that it's really embracing the path and not turning its back on it, so to speak. Building design, so starting with these and moving through the next series of slides, we'll walk through the facade designs for the townhouse units, shown here as was in an earlier image of the front facade designs of your rear-loaded and front-loaded units. Sides of N units in highly visible locations are to receive upgraded architectural treatments. Shown here are some examples of the highly visible N unit treatments, which do incorporate balconies, side entrances, and more windows than you'd find on the end of a standard unit. These details in design do make these units and the spaces they frame more visually interesting and create opportunities to activate the sidewalks and open spaces that they front on, and do allow residents to get outside in the spaces and again interact with them, be out on their balcony, in and out of the doors, etc. The next series of slides are illustrative images that present a mini virtual walkthrough, that pedestrian pathway that bisects the Phase 2 area and connects with the Copeland Run path. So I'm going to walk you through that. This image, the right side image on the slide is like a little key that shows you where we are. The arrows indicating kind of the view of the picture that we're seeing here. So this is moving from the southwest corner of the site more toward the central area after just crossing the private roadway here. This is moving northeast, crossing an alley toward the central open space. Here we can see some of those high visibility side treatments on the townhouse units. Moving a little further northeast, we're in a space that's about to enter the central open space. And here we are into the central open space. You can see there's benches, it's well landscaped, and there is a lawn and green space area as well. So here we are, we've moved out of that central courtyard to a pathway that's in between two sticks of townhouse units. It's going to take us down to the Copeland Run path. which is where we are now. We've just come down those steps on the right side onto the path and are looking in a southerly direction. Regarding community outreach, the applicant did complete all noticing and outreach requirements for the applications, as well as did some additional outreach, which is outlined here. Staff did send out new notices for this hearing today as well. We did receive correspondence from members of the community during the review of this proposal. Most of that correspondence was received in the days prior to the original hearing date of February 23rd. We did provide responses to those comments in the staff report. Additional comments that were received since then, including a few that were received yesterday, were not addressed in the staff report as it had already posted by the time we received those comments. In general, most of the comments received focus on the topics of preservation of existing mature trees along Manor Road and the concept of undergrounding the existing overhead utilities along that same frontage area. So we just want to take a look at that Manor Road frontage area. So these are two street view images. The image outlined in red is looking in an easterly direction in front of the Lake Apartment site, Phase 1 area, and the image on the left side, outlined in blue, is looking proximate a few feet up from the intersection of Jones Bridge Road and Manor Road, with the Preston townhouses on the left side of the image. So these do provide a representative view of the site's frontage area as it exists now. As you can see, there are a number of existing mature canopy trees in this area, which are directly next to utility poles and wires. The staff report does provide a lot of detail as to how the proposal conforms with forest conservation requirements with the conditions of approval that we've recommended. The proposal does minimize impacts to specimen trees and does provide appropriate mitigation. The planting program is overall robust and does yield an overall enhancement in the quantity and diversity of tree and plant species that are going to be provided on the site. Additionally, the proposal and recommended conditions of approval do build in efforts to save and retain as many of those existing canopy trees located along the site's Manor Road frontage as possible. Regarding the concept of undergrounding the existing utilities on the site's frontage as part of this project, several of the public comments that we received did suggest this should be required, as should the retention of existing canopy trees. The sector plan itself does have a recommendation for undergrounding of existing utilities, but that's limited to an area around the Purple Line stations. Some of that area we saw in blue on the slides earlier. Again, the subject site is outside of those areas, and the sector plan doesn't have a recommendation for undergrounding existing overhead utilities here. Speaking to the utility requirements of the subdivision ordinance, all utilities proposed internal to the subject site are required to be undergrounded and are proposed as such with this application. Part 1B of the utility portion of the subdivision ordinance does give the board some discretion to require undergrounding of the existing overhead utilities in the site's frontage. So to that point, staff and the applicant did discuss the potential for this and really various pros and cons of different scenarios that could potentially make that happen. I will say those discussions occurred at length, which I'm sure Pat and Josh could fill you in more on. But there were a number of factors that really work against undergrounding in this location, including the existence of other subsurface utilities in the frontage area, gas and water primarily, and the costs associated with undergrounding compared with the scale of the development. What was really most compelling for staff that really convinced us to stop pushing the applicant to look at this would be that really any effort to underground the existing utilities there would be highly impactful to the critical root zones of those canopy trees and necessitate the removal of all of them from the site's frontage along Manor Road, including what we see in the image here. So staff does favor efforts to preserve and enhance those canopy trees in the frontage area, as the retention is of higher service to the sector plan's emphasis on preserving community character and expanding tree canopy, more so than undergrounding of utilities is. Staff sees the efforts to save some of those existing mature trees that are included in the proposal and recommended conditions of approval as a positive outcome of the development review process. Staff does have modifications to put forth to the language of some of the recommended conditions of approval as they are written in the staff report, which I'll go through fairly quickly in these slides. The recommended modifications are shown in red with language removals shown with a strike through and additions underlined. These modifications are generally for ensuring clarity and making a few housekeeping cleanup adjustments. So the first revision here is to preliminary plan condition 10. The intent of this edit is to really make it clear that the demolition of the vacant lake apartments can occur prior to the recordation of plats. As mentioned earlier, these buildings are no longer occupied, and the applicant would like to be able to move forward with demolishing them as soon as possible. This allows for that as they really clean up and finalize their site plan for certification and get their plats ready for recordation. Preliminary plan condition 14, this edit is to clarify the category 1 easement for forest conservation should be provided with phase 2 of the development. Preliminary plan condition 15 and part B, we're just adding S to worksheets just to make it clear there are 2 worksheets required, not a single one. Site plan condition 17, the modification you see here just allows the applicant a little bit more flexibility in selecting a tree care firm to help them implement their program. 7E here, or E and F, are both minor clarifications that we thought were important, just making the distinction between the 2 phases of development and what's going to be provided with each. Again, these are geared toward forest conservation. 7G, also geared toward forest conservation. These modifications are similar to 7C and just allow the applicant a little bit more flexibility in bringing on an expert to help them. And the edits that we see on the bottom are to clarify that the environmental enhancement work that's proposed is going to occur with phase 2 as that enhancement work is in the phase 2 area. Condition 14D, this is just a correction of a typo. It should be 11 units, not 12. And with that, I am finally pleased to recommend the board approve the preliminary plan and site plan applications with the conditions included in the staff report with the modifications just discussed here. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll get questions later, but we'll hear from Mr. Carr, who would like to speak on this topic. He's representing the Sierra Montgomery Group. Is that a civic organization? The group?
Yes, it's called the Sierra Club Montgomery Group.
Oh, not Sierra Club, just straight up, huh?
Yeah.
No, okay. All right, you've got 8 minutes.
All right, well, thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Zients, Vice Chair Pinheiro, and commissioners. For the record, my name is Al Carr, and I am here on behalf of the Sierra Club Montgomery Group. I really appreciated the comments of the new commissioners talking about improving livability in Montgomery County. And one way to do that would be to reject this application and ask the applicant to come back in 30 days after they have agreed to bury the wires along Manor Road and to substitute the short ornamental trees that are in the public right-of-way with tall overstory trees. That would be consistent with the sector plan and with the complete streets guidelines. The benefits of burying those wires and planting large trees would be to cool off and shade that area and to improve the water quality. As Mr. Bossi said, the staff report does say that they're concerned that burying the wires would harm the existing mature trees, but I have some new information that I obtained after that staff report was published that I think is very important. So the existing conditions, as you saw in the photographs, there are 10 mature trees. I think they're pin oaks, and the applicant had rated those as being in fair condition. I agree with that assessment, having walked that area recently. They are about 10 feet back from the curb line. Applicant proposes to take down 5 of those trees and to leave 5 remaining. And I'm no tree expert, but those trees look like they may be original to the development. They're pretty well cared for. maybe 74 years old, or whenever that original development was built. But will they be alive in 15 years? I don't know. They appear to be towards the end of their life. But in any case, the reason why those wires can be buried without harming those trees or their roots is if you look just to the east, Pepco completed a project called Sligo to Linden, where they buried two very large regional power lines in the Montgomery Hills and Linden area. So on streets like Seminary Road, Montgomery Avenue, Hale, Birch, Fraser, these two lines were very recently buried, and they were buried underneath the roadway pavement. So there's a lot of trees in that area. None of the trees were harmed when that was done. And then contrast that with Manor Road. Manor Road is wider than all of those roads, and the wires that come along Manor Road are much smaller. This is a single phase of a Pepco feeder line. The only wires that really conflict with the tree canopy are the one at the very top. That's the Pepco partial feeder. That's the one that needs to be buried, but they can be buried underneath the roadway. There is in our written testimony an email from the director of Montgomery County Department of Transportation. They're fine with that. That idea, as long as other options are not available. So I think another reason to reject this proposal and require the undergrounding is about trust. So I represented this area as a legislator for about 15 years. I followed the sector plan. I think it was approved in 2012. It was very contentious, but the areas where everyone agreed were the sector plan language about environmental protection, tree canopy, stormwater, burying the wires, pedestrian safety. And in this neighborhood, the tree canopy has been harmed greatly by everything that's been going on. The first major application that came through after the sector plan was approved was Block B. That was on Connecticut Avenue. And the applicant didn't want to bury the lines there. They said it's too hard. We don't want to bury the lines. The staff was persuaded to agree with them, and your predecessors, the planning board, approved that. And it happened very quietly. The community was not aware of it. It didn't come up during the pre-submittal community meeting. It wasn't even discussed during the planning board public hearing. It was only afterwards, when the construction was underway and the applicant had come back for a revision, to folks start to realize, and you can imagine their great disappointment, imagining this sector plan and its vision not being realized and instead being stuck with these ugly wires on Connecticut Avenue that were pictured in some of the shots that you saw, and these ornamental trees instead of the big trees. And I think that undermined trust, and we're in a moment where we're trying to rebuild the trust on land use in Montgomery County. Back in that era, the DRC, Development and Review Committee, staff review was opaque. DRC was in violation of the open meetings law. That has been remedied, and that remedy, I think, directly came out of Block B. Your parent agency, MNC-PPC, was not following our state ethics laws. That's been remedied. And there was a bill that I wrote, House Bill 1059, that passed last year to ensure that doesn't happen again. That came right out of Block B. There's a lot of talk about forest conservation at the state and county level. When folks in Chevy Chase Lake learned that when trees are cut down there, they don't get replanted nearby. Instead, a farmer in Boyd's, the farthest possible corner in Montgomery County, gets a check to preserve trees that already exist. That's some of the frustration that came out of Block B. And this project, it complies with MPDU regulations, but it's not affordable housing. It's not a net zero environmental project, all electric, energy efficient. And it's not really smart growth. It's replacing naturally occurring missing middle with upper middle. If you look at the phase one that's close to the purple line, it's actually a decrease in the number of units. And phase two is a slight increase. Anyway, if you agree with us, it would send a message to applicants and to the community that sector plans will be respected in Montgomery County. Instead, if you approve the staff recommendation, it sends the opposite message. In the June 2022 DRC meeting for this project, the staff, to their credit, they did ask the applicant about burying the wires, and the applicant pointed to Block B. They said in Block B, they didn't have to do it, so why should we have to do it? So if you don't ask for the lines to be buried, what I predict is that when the west side of Connecticut Avenue gets redeveloped that's where Manoli Cannoli is and Einstein Bagels, the applicant will ask for a waiver of burying the lines, and they'll point to Block B, and they'll point to Manor Road and say, look what happened then. So in conclusion, I thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll hear from the applicant. Ms. Harris, it's been hours.
Good afternoon again. Pat Harris with Lurch, Early and Brewer here on behalf of the applicant Toll Brothers. With me is Jeff Driscoll with Toll Brothers and Timothy Rowe with Toll Brothers. Then we have the VICA team here, including Josh Sloan at the table, and we also have our traffic consultant who's participating virtually, Nick Dryben with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. I want to thank staff for all their hard work on this project. We've actually been working on this project since 2021. We've had numerous charrettes, if you will, with staff to try to make sure that we get this project right. And I think maybe the thing that tells that story the best is the fact, and staff showed it on their slides, are the high visibility sides of the project. Most townhouses typically don't do that. We took special care to make sure that the high visibility facades were throughout the project. And that's just one example of a number of the changes that we made. This is a great project at a great location, and it is consistent with the sector plan recommendations. I'd start off by saying that one of the things that the sector plan revalidated was the R30 zoning. And so this project is limited by that density of that R30 zoning. It also includes 23 MPDUs, and importantly, those are owner-occupied MPDUs. If you ask DHCA about affordable housing, they'll say the most important thing to us is home ownership. And the second most important thing, or even just as equally important, is ownership in the down county in good school districts, and that's a rarity. And so this really comes at a premium that we're providing 23 of those types of units. We've worked hard to respond to the community. Examples of that are on the Preston side, shifting the units further to the east to provide a greater buffer, providing some landscaping, certain landscaping and screening fence along that western property line. We've had several meetings with Chevy Chase Muse folks. That's the community in between the two phases. And another comment from the community across the street had to do with providing accessible public use space and access to the Purple Line, and we were providing three pedestrian accesses. So we're very proud of this project. I want to touch on the utility question, obviously. I'll start off by saying, and Mr. Carr said, we need to respect sector plans, and we definitely agree with that. If you look at the sector plan, what the sector plan says, and staff pointed this out, is that the undergrounding of utilities is to occur along Connecticut Avenue. It doesn't say that it needs to occur along Manor Road. Further, but that we didn't stop there, and I will say we did all this in terms of our due diligence before they even had a final contract on the property, because we wanted to know, okay, what's the overall cost of this development going to look like? The complete streets document, so you looked at the sector plan, no recommendation for undergrounding. Then we went to something called the complete streets. What complete streets says, and that's been in draft for a fairly long period of time, but it was recently adopted, and it says that along roads such as this, undergrounding is optional and it's context sensitive, but the master plan recommendations supersede the guidance. The context here is that The project at the corner, which was a CR zone development, meaning that it's a lot of density, it's more than 500 units, that a determination was made there that that project couldn't bear the cost of the undergrounding. And if a project that has 5 times as many units has difficulty bearing the cost of undergrounding, you can imagine the significant costs that would be associated with this project that has only 147 units, of which less 23 affordable units. So it ends up being a cost that's more than $40,000 per unit cost to underground. But in any event, we looked at the complete streets. The complete streets does not require undergrounding. And then we look at the county code, and the 2 provisions of the county code, both in Chapter 49 and Chapter 50, don't require undergrounding. I would also say that the suggestion of putting the underground, the utilities in the street, and I'm glad that there's recognition that the utilities back of curb could not occur because it would mean that all of the trees would need to come down. The cost of putting it in the street is exponentially higher than than typically undergrounding when you do it behind the curb. But in any event, the example that was given, the Linden to Sligo to Linden example, that was a major line from substation to substation. If those wires were to be wiped out, it would wipe out a quarter of DC from power. That's significant. But even more significant is the cost to do that. It wasn't borne by an individual property owner. It was all Pepco ratepayers. That's how they paid for it. I don't know of any other example except these substation to substation undergroundings that ever occurs within a street, within the curb-to-curb area of a right-of-way. So it's not consistent with the sector plan. It's contrary to the sector plan in terms of preserving the canopy, and it comes at an extremely significant cost. And then the final thing I would say about that, and we'd be happy to answer any questions on that topic, is the other thing to consider is during the DRC, Pepco did not require the undergrounding of that line. And Pepco typically doesn't want it in the street. And the reason they don't want it in the street is because every time there's a maintenance issue, suddenly you need to close the streets, and and that comes at a cost, not only a monetary cost, but it comes at a cost to the people that are using that street to drive down. So it creates a lot of issue. And then finally, I would note, and I think there was a little bit of mischaracterization of the director of DOT. What he said was, our preference is to have utilities in a PUE behind the curb. And then the second option was, first option was a PUE, second one was behind the curb, and then what he said was, and only if those 2 options don't work, then possibly the utilities could be placed in a street. There was not an indication from the director of DOT that they with open arms embraced the concept of putting these utilities in the street. So with that, I would just summarize, and we would be happy to answer any questions. We're excited about this project. We think it's a great project, great location, and we're happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions? Mitra?
Thank you for presentation, and thank you, Ann, for
On.
Okay. Thing is, end of the day, it doesn't work well. But thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Ann, for your concerns. I have questions in regard to number of PDUs. We have 23, and out of that 23, 15 is in phase 2. So how do we manage that in regard to phase 1 and phase 2 to make sure that phase 1 is independent of phase 2 in case if phase 2 doesn't go? I do not know how the scheduling is.
Elza, do you want to?
So I'll just answer because it's a little bit different here. So the zoning code the 15% requirement for MPDUs in Chevy Chase Lake is under Chapter 25A because of the new requirements that the council put on for income. So, for example, Friendship Heights also has a 15% MPDU requirement, and DHCA's agreement to build with the developer looks at this as one project. So they have one agreement to build for the 15.7% over the entire project. So we are deferring to DHCA and their approach to the MPDUs for this project.
Do we have a schedule that when phase 2 would go into construction after phase 1, or any kind of guarantee that how it was related? Because it's all has to do with the market, isn't it?
I mean, our goal is to do this project as quickly as possible, but as we know, well, two things, and they relate to potential other issues that we may be discussing. The contract that the applicant has with the property owner is that they will not purchase phase 2 until approximately 2 years after pulling the permits for phase 1. But the plan would be, I mean, it's in their interest to construct phase 2 as quickly as possible. What happened was originally we actually did have 15% at phase 1 and 15% on phase 2. And then in working through the project and making adjustments to respond to some comments related to environmental issues, we had to push and pull the project, and it ended up that 2 of the MPDUs on the lake side got moved to the Preston side. But I will say we're providing one extra MPDU we're providing an extra unit here, and it's an MPDU. So if you were to look at this, technically, the lake has one less MPDU than it should be providing overall, I'd say, because you could view that second one as the bonus one that we're providing that we're not required to provide.
Anyone else?
Yes, let me ask you about burying the wire. Because this is a point that Mr. Carr raised, and I want to be sure that I understand. Now, the rest of the development, because I know there's been quite a bit of development around Chevy Chase Lake, and all the way from Maynard to Connecticut Avenue. And then what you're saying is that on Connecticut Avenue, the utilities are going to be buried. On Connecticut Avenue, or
No,
not necessarily? They haven't been buried even all the way to the Lindley and beyond? There's no wires buried?
Within the community, they're buried. But along Connecticut Avenue, despite the fact that that's where the sector plan said that the line should be buried, they are not buried.
So
They're
on
not
Maynard
buried.
Road, there's no wires buried?
No, correct. That is correct.
Okay,
That's
all right. And that was a decision that was made. How about on Chevy Chase Lake? Are they buried?
I am not familiar with that. Do you know?
So on Chevy Chase Lake Drive, the undergrounding was required as part of the townhouse and Lindy development. That's on Chevy Chase Lake
Okay.
Drive, and that is in part of that center area. Your observation's correct about Connecticut Ave. The wires are still up there. It's my understanding they weren't required to be undergrounded with Block B. So that's why we still see them there, but they were required with the Lindy and the townhouses next to it on Chevy Chase Lake Drive.
Do we have any idea how much it costs to bury those wires on the Lindley? Because the Lindley must have been approved maybe 10 years ago.
I don't think we have those numbers. I think for the lines, and I think Mr. Carr may have mentioned this, the lines on Connecticut Avenue are sort of high voltage transmission lines. So the cost, I feel like it was an order of magnitude. It was much more expensive, and so they made the argument to the board at that time that it wasn't financially feasible. But I don't believe we have the numbers, at least handy. I think we could get them, not today, for
Yeah,
Chevy
but
Chase
do
Lake
you
Drive.
agree that the the applicant is arguing that it's going to cost $40,000 per unit. Is that more or less in the ballpark? Do we consider that reasonable?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure we're in a, I'm not sure we're in a position to have an expert opinion on that. I think we balance a lot of factors and provide our best professional judgment.
We had gotten that number from our utility consultant, Richter and Associates. That's where that $5 million came from.
All right.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner? Oh, go this way.
Yes. I'd like to thank Mr. Carr for representing the Sierra Club Montgomery and addressing the concerns that Sierra Club Montgomery had. Has Sierra Club Montgomery had an opportunity to converse with Pat Harris? I was going to call you Pat Carr. Sorry about that. Pat Harris and Toll Brothers with regards to your concerns, especially with regards to the tree issue and the burying of the utility lines and cables. And if you've had those discussions, were they fruitful? And did the Sierra Club offer any alternatives other than burying the lines?
So Mr. Carr reached out to me, it was the week of February 23rd, maybe a day or two before the previously scheduled hearing. And he said he was representing the Sierra Club, though it's my understanding that the Sierra Club then had a meeting the very next day where this issue was raised. So I don't know if when he talked to me, when he initially contacted me, whether he was actually representing the views of the Sierra Club or the views that he was going to bring to the Sierra Club, but we have not had any discussions since then. So to the extent that the Sierra Club took a formal position, I didn't know it until I received the comments. It was either, I think it was this morning that I received the comments, because I think they were filed around noon yesterday. So we were not aware of the Sierra Club's formal position.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Carr?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bartley, for that question. So, yeah, I did reach out to Pat, I think a few days before the original hearing date, which is the 23rd, and, discussed all these concerns that I had. I knew that there was support in the Sierra Club, even though we hadn't taken a formal vote yet. I said we wanted to see the lines buried and why we did, and what I had learned about other nearby projects. And really, the line on Manor Road is apples and oranges. This is a tiny line. One phase of a feeder line. It's very different than what's on Connecticut or what was in Sligo to Linden. And we also expressed concern about the energy that the plans for the property are natural gas, presumably for water heating, space heating, and gas cooking, as opposed to where the world is going, which is heat pumps and all electric. So anyway, had that conversation, did not hear back from Pat after that. And we submitted our testimony on the 22nd. So timely, we thought that the original hearing date was going to go forward. So that's when we, Sierra Club, submitted our testimony to the planning board.
Though I believe that I was aware of an email from you, but I don't think anything officially stating it was the Sierra Club's position came in until yesterday around there.
Okay. Thank you. More questions?
Yeah, I do have another question. So the current sites are occupied, this is unrelated to Sierra Club, but the current sites are currently occupied by residents in those dwelling places, correct?
Not exactly. So the lake portion is pretty much vacant at this point. And the Preston piece, and that's the one on your screen on the right, that is still occupied, again, because that's the second phase.
Does that currently have any MPDUs or no?
No, neither does. And in fact, I heard the word naturally occurring affordable. The rents on that Preston piece, some of those go for $3,600 a month. And a lot of the people that are living there, the owner had told us, shared this with us, are people that are undergoing renovations of their houses that have to get out of their house for 9 months or 12 months, and they end up renting here for for, a year while they're doing major renovations on their homes. But at $3,600 a month, that's hardly affordable. But there are, even when the whole project was occupied, there were no MPDUs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner?
So I just want some clarity. I was trying to follow along with the staff report and the applicant. The connection to the purple line is down to the Crescent Trail and then over, as I'm looking at the red, over and then southwest. So there is, what is the timing from there, give or take?
It's all dependent on the purple
Whenever.
line, folks. So the last information that we had was that they were, I believe it was 2025 or 26?
For the opening of that station?
2025, early
Okay.
2026.
Okay, 26. That's all I was curious.
Anything? Let me start slow. Parking. It looks like all of the parking is privatized and there's no guest parking anywhere on this site?
No. So each unit has parking for 2 people. And then on the lake side, there are 16 surface spaces. And on the Preston side, there are 22 surface spaces. Unfortunately, the scale of what's before you it's hard to see.
Surface spaces meaning on street?
Within the townhouse community. So along the private streets, there's.
Along the
yes.
private street?
Yes. And then there is parking available along Manor Drive as well.
And I did notice in all of your fine illustration, no fences over 4 foot tall. Is that a restriction you plan on putting in? Because otherwise you box in these trails.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Sloan on that one.
Good afternoon, Josh Sloan with VICA. So there will be privacy fences that are a little bit taller on the sides of the units to provide some privacy for each unit side by side. But the rear units, especially the ones that are looking over the trail, those are restricted to 4 feet so that you don't have that box-in feeling, and there is good visibility and eyes on the public open space for safety reasons.
So do we have a condition related to the height of fences?
No, we currently do not.
It seems to me if you want that kind of open view, you need to make sure it's open. And I know the tendency of townhouses is to enclose their backyards. So I would suggest some conditions that way. I have other concerns on, two things really. Number one, the justification for an extension due to current economic conditions is generic to every property that comes before us. I suggest to you and to my colleagues that if we agreed with that, it's for the council to agree to that, which is the way we just recommended the BOS, to change the legislation to extend the time. So I don't consider that a reason that we could recognize to extend. Yeah, you got the purple line. That's a real routine, and staff says it's going to be finished in this area by 2025 or finished totally in 2025?
I think staff is saying that that's what someone else is saying.
Staff does not want to cop to when the purple line is going to be completed.
I used to have a planning guru who said if you were ever making anybody who used a crystal ball deserved to, better be ready to eat ground glass somewhere.
But if I could comment on the validity periods. As I said, the Preston piece, the applicant will not have ownership of that until approximately 2 years. So typically your plan validity is 3 years, your APF is 5 years. So because they likely will not be able to even start doing anything for 2 years on the second phase, that we quickly got to a justification of 5 years for plan validity and 7 for the APF. And then the additional 2 years that we were requesting were, to be frank, similar to the things that you said, those big global issues, whether it's the economic environment or the, interest rates, et cetera. But the additional 2 years is necessary because otherwise, they would not, there's existing ownership on, not ownership, people living at Preston. The current owner of the property, Chevy Chase Land, wanted to make sure that people that are living there could continue to live there until the actual development activity was going to start to occur. So that's why they said they wanted a lagged contractual agreement. But because the work on that cannot begin for 2 years, it would be very unfair to not recognize the additional 2 years for the second phase. That would put the applicant in a bind to try to get things completed.
Actually, either it would hurry the applicant, or he would be back here for an extension, for an amendment to the plan.
When we look at the extension requests, it's not, first of all, it's not
Not an extension, it would be an amendment to the plan.
an amendment. It'd be actually, I think it would be an extension of a request to extend the validity periods.
right.
And that's not, that is not assured. And two, there are certain requirements that need to occur. For instance, one of the requirements is that I believe it's 50% of the units need to be constructed. And by virtue of Lake having less than 50% of Preston, we wouldn't be able to meet that criteria. I did look at several other cases to see whether there was precedent for this. And on cases that have, more than a handful of towns, an extended APF period and plan validity period is common. And I can point you to 3 examples that happened within the last couple of years. There was the Hanson project up in Potomac, which was 187 lots. They had a 10-year APF and a 6-year validity period. And then there was the Cabin John Village in 2018. That had 59 towns. Now, that also did have a commercial component, but in their approval, the approval specifically focused on the towns and said when the various towns needed to be completed. 48 of them had to be completed within 3 years, commenced within 3 years. And then then they talked about the commercial, and then they said 11 in 9 years. And then the final one was the Wilgus tract up off Montrose Parkway, and that was 107 towns, and that also had a 10-year APF period. So it's not uncommon to have something more than a 5-year APF period when you have 147 towns.
And all of those had some progress to have the extension. That is, they had some completion.
And we would our completion would be commencement of the lake parcel within the normal 3-year, the normal 5-year APF period.
Is that a condition that we have, that phase 1 has to be started within 5 years? I forgot the.
It was not our intent to try, we would definitely be willing to tie it to phase 1. That was our intent. Let me look at the specifics.
I'm looking to staff who's cuddling.
So phase 1 is only valid for 3 years?
It's only valid for 3 years.
As in the condition?
So,
Yeah.
okay. So phase 1, so how about we extend if phase 1 is started within 3 years?
We're already working on a sediment control permit, so we have no issue with that condition.
Our concern's more phase 2.
Yeah, our condition is phase 2, that we need a little extra time because of the 2-year period before they can get on that portion of the property.
All right, but staff looks confused like we don't have that condition right now.
So let's, here, can you hand me the condition so I can read it out for everybody? All right. All right, so this is proposed condition 3 under the preliminary plan. The preliminary plan for Phase 1, the Lake Tract, as shown on the certified preliminary plan containing 63 lots and 8 parcels, will remain valid for 3 years from its initiation date as defined in the code, and before the expiration date of this validity period, the applicant must record a final record plat for all property delineated on the approved plan within Phase 1 in the land records or file for an extension. So that's, you would have to plat within 3 years.
Right, and that's what the law
Right.
requires now.
Right.
But
And
that's
right-
unconnected to the adequate public facilities requirement above, which extends it for 9 years.
Well, but it says 2A is Phase 1, 5 years. From the initiation date as defined, the applicant must obtain all building permits for all towns within Phase 1. So currently, the way I read this condition, for Phase 1, we have to do exactly what the code requires, which is plat within 3 years and pull building permits within 5 years. And then the Phase 2,
Has 9 years independent according to this.
no, it was supposed to
You would
be
have to plat in
cumulative.
6, yeah, so for Phase 1, you would have to plat in 3 and permit in 5. And for Phase 2, you would have to plat within 6 years of approval and permit within 9 years of approval.
But I want to only, what I'm suggesting is you only get to Phase 2. And it sounds like it's what you're going to be doing anyhow. You only get to Phase 2 if you platted within 3 years for Phase 1.
That's okay.
So are we saying for condition 2, which is APF, Phase 2, 9 years from the initiation date, must obtain all building permits for all townhouses within Phase 2, provided condition 3 below has been met?
Yeah, I would put that, the provided, in the first sentence, though, on the 9 years.
Provided condition 3 below has been met, it's 9 years, otherwise it's
5 years.
5 years, okay.
See what I'm saying? The last thing I have is, I look at Phase 3 and I look at those 3 units within that sort of square and say, gee, that compacts a space that could be a bigger asset to the community, and it sort of crowds them. If I'm not a designer, but if I were to just allow you 81 lots on Phase 2, you'd have some flexibility to move that open space around.
Well, I would say that we're not even meeting the standard method density of R30 currently. The project is much lower than that. And eliminating 3 dwelling units is significant. We meet our open space requirements. We're providing the north-south connection and the stream restoration area. Rock Creek Park is about a half a mile, quarter of a mile to the east of this. We meet it's not an optional method project. We're meeting the requirements of the R30 zone.
And you are providing the 2 direct connections to the Capitol Crescent Trail.
There's 3 really, because there's one on Phase 1 and then on Phase 2 on Lake, 2 on Preston, 1 on Lake. Is that right? Do I have that right?
One connection on Preston, one on Lake.
Oh,
One
sorry.
and one, and then a connection between.
Yes, okay.
Right, and then the connection between.
Yes.
Can I ask
Another
for-
element of
That's all
that
I
is-
have.
Question for clarification. Those, the trails and everything will be publicly accessible, right? That move between Manor and the Capitol Crescent Trail and come through there? Okay. clarify.
And the limit on fencing helps that a little.
That
bit.
was what I was, that's another thing. We've got some in my neighborhood, all those fences are falling down at the moment, so I have to address that. But,
I
yeah, that's all.
have a comment and observation. So this project is going to be modernizing old, prior developed real estate and dwelling units. And one of the things that is the trend is subterranean lines. And it's interesting to me that a redevelopment of old units is not also considering placing the lines underground, which seems to be the modern trend. Am I missing something?
Within the community, the lines are undergrounded. It's just along the manor. So we are following the trend within the internal areas of the project. It is only along manor. I will also say that when you look at, for instance, Complete Streets, what it says when it talks about guidance for undergrounding, it says specific consideration should be given to the CR optional method developments. And for those new on the board, the CR zone is the zone where it's higher densities and where you get the opportunity for more units that can support these costly endeavors. Here, this is an R30 development. We're not getting additional density. In fact, we almost just lost 3 units of our density, and we're not even at the max. So it's significant. It's a cost that, people complain about the cost of housing, and then suddenly there's a $40,000 increase on a unit to underground when there's no indication in any document that it's a requirement.
I understand it's not a requirement, but as far as aesthetics and improvement to the community, there's a balance that I think I'm going to have to deal with in wanting to have the most livable community, and then also wanting to modernize communities and provide moderate dwelling units, requirements as opposed to what is in the best interest of the community, I think are 2 different things.
I mean, when we look at this community, the trees and the wires have coexisted for a very long time. And again, in furtherance of the sector plan, the goal was preserve the tree canopy as best as possible, and certainly not undergrounding. If we were to underground behind the curb, all those trees go out, and it dramatically changes the character of the neighborhood. And as I said, I don't know of any example except substation to substation where the wires have been put in the street. And that actually adds an extra cost, because suddenly then you have street maintenance and road, having to monitor and deviate traffic and such. The substation to substation undergrounding, their goal was to at least be able to underground 20 feet a day. That gives you a sense of how slow and laborious and costly it is to underground in a street. And one of the contractors that was involved in that project said they'd be shocked if they even were able to accomplish that 20 feet a day. I mean, it's not an insignificant ask.
Anyone else? Oh, entertain a motion.
Can I just make a clarification? So at one point, the chair suggested a condition on fences, and I want to just make sure that that's what the board is still considering. I think the units that would have fences are on the perimeters, and so fences wouldn't have a negative impact on the common spaces. One of the concerns about having a condition for fences is that individual property owners would then have to meet that condition. And so if I buy a townhome and I want a 4.5-foot fence, I would put the developer in violation of the site plan. So I want to just understand better if the board is considering a fence condition.
You are having backyards as private property as a part of the, instead of the common open space areas?
The backyards are private property, and then beyond
They're
that,
not-
in some
They're
instances.
not counted towards common open
Yeah.
space.
Well, and also common open space is going to be different than sort of HOA space. So common open space is intended to be shared. We would not recommend common open space behind, between people's fences. That's going to be where the HOA does their mowing. That's where the drains are. So the area back there would not be common open space for community use.
Can you suggest a condition that would meet my objective?
Could you help me understand your objections better?
If you put up 6-foot fences next to open space, it looks like you're next to a prison.
The only towns that have backyards onto common open space are the ones along the trail on the east. And we have put a detail in our certified site plan, well, hopefully soon to be certified site plan, our site plan submission with fences that are open lattice aluminum so that there is visibility, porosity through there, so it does not feel like any kind of enclosed space.
How high?
They could be up to 6 feet because they have 4 foot or 4-inch spacing between the pickets.
I mean, in your illustrations, you're showing no fences.
There's a fence behind the planting that's admittedly hard to see on this. But that's the only condition where you would see these backyard fences when you're in common open space. And given the width and then the area of the Stream Valley buffer to the east, I don't think it would have such an impact if 10 years down the line, someone did put up a fence.
So are the fences that you're proposing, and if I haven't said so before, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. I said it a lot today, but I don't think I said it during this session. Are all of the fences meant to be metal, or do you have wooden fences?
We have wooden privacy fences running perpendicular to the rear facades, and then open aluminum fencing in the parallel backyard.
So if there was a condition that said along common, like no solid fences along common open space? No solid fences above?
Above 4 feet.
Dimension? Would that address it?
Above 4 feet?
Parallel to public.
Right.
So I have one question. If you put this requirement for fence, okay, after the developer is gone and the homeowners are coming in, who's going to enforce that? If it is DPS that enforce them, they do have requirement for fence that not to be more than 6 foot, okay? So I'm just wondering that we could put these requirements, but then after it's built and the individual homeowners come later on, unless that there is something in HOA governance, nobody else except DPS is going to enforce them. And right now, DPS requirements is 6 foot.
Well, it's no more than 6 feet.
No more than 6
Right,
foot.
because otherwise you need to
maximum.
meet setbacks.
Yes.
Right, we're hip to that. So I think we, on its own, staff would not recommend the condition. If a condition is, if that's where the board's going, I think we just want to be clear that it would be just on the common open spaces, and then it would be incumbent upon the HOA to inform property owners that if you are adjacent to a common open space, you cannot have a fence higher than 4 feet along that edge.
And that would be the part of developer to work with the HOA to put it in. Okay.
Can I just clarify a question on the fence? Sorry, I'm going to ask one more question on the fence issue. Backing up to the Crescent Trail, does that also include that or just along the common open spaces?
There's a grade separation.
There's grade separation. Okay.
There's significant grade separation
back on
and
Crescent
sound
Crescent.
walls and retaining walls there. anyway.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to clarify.
That's a different world.
It's a whole separate thing.
All right. Are we ready for a motion? You can go any way you want.
All right, move to approve the preliminary plan with the conditions that staff provided and the ones we just discussed here.
And I would second that.
So including the open fence?
Yeah, all the amendments.
yeah.
That would be in the site plan.
Oh, that's
Site plan
correct.
part, okay.
That's right, we have two approvals here. Any other discussions? Seeing none. Can I have a motion on preliminary plan 2022-0130?
All right, move that we approve the preliminary plan 12022-0130. I think I got all the numbers in there with the conditions discussed previously.
Can I have a second?
I
can't-
would second that.
Oh, okay. For a second, I was worried.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, okay. There are no no's. Can I have a motion on the site plan in which these conditions lie? Motion on the site plan?
I will also move to approve the site plan 82-022-0180 with the condition on the fencing as discussed.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay. No further discussion? All those
Oh, I'm
in
sorry,
favor-
before you vote, just to be clear, I want to make sure that the commissioner's vote includes not only the fence, but also the other site plan modifications as recommended by staff.
Yes, the motion, yeah, my motion would include the other site plan modifications by staff and the fencing just discussed.
Yeah, and the other ones included the amendments to the validity periods. I get, there's too many words for the same thing here. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you, Mr.
congratulations to
Carr.
the board.
We appreciate your coming. And believe it or not, for our first session, we are adjourned. So thank you.